All right, folks, welcome back. It is New Year's Eve, local time. Not that many hours left until the New Year's, and hopefully, everyone had a wonderful New Year's holiday for those who are already experiencing their New Year's, and then those who are having their New Year's Eve celebrations in the Western Hemisphere. It's about This would be one of the earliest times, so it's within 6 hours from now. And like most things, I had alluded to and teased a bunch of projects starting at 2025, and we're gonna start with the first new project. And if the background didn't give it away for all the last year of Duolingo, right? We are going into using WaniKani. Now, at the start of every project, I like to give, I don't know, some what I would call opening opinions. So this is a segment that I do to bring in any very forward thoughts at the time, and it lines up fairly well by sheer coincidence. We'll get into more this at the moment. We're at a particular milestone in Duolingo with Japanese and Mandarin, so got a lot of opportunities to summarize or start summarizing things, and that is an excellent segue into today, which is technically going to end up being the first day of 2025 for myself. And what a way to start a new project. So before I start literally using the product and evaluating, I tend to think and brainstorm about certain things that I want to address, a little bit of the background going into the project, right? Citing any obvious overlaps and relevant experiences, and then probably ending with, let's start writing this stuff out. We can use some different colors here too. Let's start with red. So let's start writing. I do this for every single project I start, and then at the end of every single project. First comment on a new project. Welcome, Scott. All right, so I tentatively still call these things opening remarks. Whoa, that's a fat boy. Oh, I've been writing so hard on the tablet because of that web plugin that I forgot how hard I was pressing. Okay, so I usually call these things opening opinions, right? It's an emphasis on opinions, right? So this segment, we're gonna go over some relevant stuff. So first point, I'm gonna go over relevant background. This involves things I know, things I've experienced, right? And kind of my relationship with the concerned product. So in this case, it's WaniKani. Right. So that's usually the first point. The second point is, this is something that I feel lots of people make the majority of their decision making on, so I would like to address some of this. So expectations. Actually, let's switch color palettes here. So 2, we have expectations. And we're going to break down expectations quickly as well. Expectations, we're going to talk about, obviously, monetary concerns. I kind of teased that a couple times already, and I was talking about the Duolingo side of things at the end of the year. So we'll cover monetary because I feel like this is probably a very relevant thing, and people consider this more of an objective component of decision making. I think expectations go into decision making, so we'll just put decision making out here. Right. And then expectations. I have to address language learning progress. I think that's a very concerning I'm going off my frequently asked questions, like off the top of my head, what are my most frequently asked questions? So expectations, we have monetary, and then language learning is also more of individuals' objective component. Objective component. Now, then I want to throw in some of my particular ones. Experience, expectations, so experience and observations. So when one participates in something, they usually observe things, right? So oftentimes expectations cannot account for the emergent experience or observations, which is, without spoiling too much, the reason why it's near the end is largely because that is probably one of my primary motivations for doing these things. And I'm gonna file this under more subjective and objective. All of this stuff is important to my decision making, not specifically one or the other. Obviously, I started at the top because oftentimes the ones at the top is where the decision making stops for a vast majority of people, right? They try to evaluate it through metrics, things that are measurable so that they can compare with other individuals. And then this is what makes it slightly objective or more objective than the thing I cite here, which is makes comparative analysis, right? Comparative thoughts to others, compare to others. This allows it possible to compare with others, which is how these types of metrics work, right? And then why is this considered subjective is largely because this is the component that is individual, strongly individual based, and it does not take into consideration the motivation of others. So actually not the motivation of others. So it's a combination of all these things, not exclusively one or the other. And I think that's relatively good enough. Relatively good enough. Okay. おめでとうございます。 Hey, happy New Year, or soon to be New Year, Valentine's. Let's see. I misspelled motivation, but that's fine. So motivate of others. It's fine. All right. So I think that covers point 2. I won't go into as much because I won't go into any more due to the interest of time. We're going to keep this session around 2 to 3 hours before we start WaniKani. So this part, let's keep it to like 1 hour. And then this part, let's keep it to okay, we'll do 3 hours. And then last part, let's go to this color. This color seems okay. The last part. Let's see. If I cover that there. Obviously this is being done live because I want to practice how close I am with... I forgot that I need to include an element of Duolingo, huh? I guess relevant backgrounds. Oh, wait, it's up here. That's fine. This is where Duolingo is going to end up. So this part, the Duolingo data. And then third, oh, you know what? Third, let's talk about, so my expectations. And then let's talk about, so many topics rolling around in my head right now. Purpose. We'll talk about purpose. I feel like it's kind of alluding to this too by here. So let's talk about intent. Right? Intent. This intent / purpose is more of an end statement. So it's a great way to end the thing, which is learning. Right? Learning as in methodology. It's kind of overlap with the other ones. Engagement. Engagement. And yeah, it kind of overlaps with the top. And I guess personal legacy building. So we'll try to hit on top of most of these. These topics tend to last a very long time, so we're gonna cap it at anything less than 1 hour. I've spoken about almost all of these topics at length for more than hundreds of hours at this point, so we're gonna try to be a little more concise. So those are our 3 topics, okay? Broken down, starting pretty much right now. All right, so let's go over. It goes from the most objective stuff, like things that have already happened historically, and then based on the things that have in the interpretation and stuff that has happened in 2, and then 3 are some more very deeper things that are they transpire time, as in regardless of future events and whatnot, these tend to be held true regardless. So it goes with the idea of addressing the most, I would say, if my order of my thoughts are the most deterministic, it's up here, and the most we're gonna say universally passive, and this is most deterministically active. These are very nebulous terms, I know. What I'm basically illustrating is when it comes to relevant information and things that people consider, often people build upon their thoughts and stuff about projects based on what they already know, and then determine what's going to happen. And that's usually where the decision making stops. But at the end of this, I usually end with something that's universal to me, something that's passive, things that I adhere to almost unconditionally. So it's an opportunity to kind of refresh this type of thing with every new project. All right, so let's go with the first one. All right, so relevant background. Now, I usually do a deep dive in, or like a slightly 1 evening to 2 evening optics. So the first thing I typically do in projects are to account for optics, right? So optics, what does this product appear to me, right? Appear to me on first glance. Now, spoilers, due to the nature of how I'm approaching this is no longer the case. It's not really a first glance. So in terms of optics, where am I getting my optics? I think the vast majority of my optics of WaniKani is from testimonials, which reinforces one of the sides, the appeals of WaniKani. So testimonials are other language learners. And oftentimes it is almost unanimously. And there is a selection factor. There is a selection factor for other language learners. These are individuals who demonstrated investment. So these are invested people, and I would consider them experienced. So not only are they experienced, they are invested in communication with me. So we're gonna rule out the hundred, I think it was like hundreds. We were in the hundreds of individuals that make superficial comments, and they do not demonstrate any level of analyses or investment in the product that they're critiquing. That's usually a soft gate. So when someone says something like, which I'll use as an example, I don't know if I'm going to get this with WaniKani. I feel like the testimonials here makes it feel like WaniKani's community is not incredibly virally large that encompasses your traditional normal distribution of individuals, where you would have individuals who make comments that are from a perspective of inexperience, emotional biases, and or betrayal of their expectation. So for example, when I'm doing Duolingo, especially in the first couple days, in the first month, we'll see if this occurs. In the first couple weeks of Duolingo, there is enrichment for animosity towards Duolingo. And oftentimes, those individuals who target early stage Duolingo users, as in if someone advertised, oh, I haven't done this actual social experiment. However, the difference between saying you're in day 3000 in Duolingo versus titling your content as day 1 in Duolingo may produce a substantial different selection for the type of language learner. So let's see if WaniKani ends up having a similar experience. I like to think it is not wide enough. WaniKani is like a fraction of Duolingo, and it did not receive that expansive, like we'll go into Tofugu in a bit. Its niche, the cultural exposure of this product is relatively selective, as opposed to Duolingo, which has a commercial backing and like content creators that spread Duolingo's influence, right? So we'll see how animosity works in terms of WaniKani. In Duolingo, it is most certainly night and day between the last 150 days versus even the first month of Duolingo. I think the first month of Duolingo, if you are going to use that as a way to demonstrate your enthusiasm for language learning when you start, you are likely going to quit streaming
largely due to animosity from people who don't even use Duolingo anymore. So that's kind of one of those known consequences of superficial adoption, right? Someone who tells you, and I'm going to quote a few, I'm going to talk about these things in my Duolingo reviews, right? My progress reports on the 300 and the end of the Chinese course. The idea that it's an easy target because those people will target someone who has less experience than them, who is likely to have less experience than them in both literally the usage of the Duolingo app and their competence in it. So when someone who innately already knows they only use Duolingo for 3 hours and then quit it, they would approach someone who is starting Duolingo in order to voice their opinions, so that naturally they are more competent in Japanese while also having relatively the same amount of experience. However, that subsides, and yet there's still some users who would go beyond that and address the fallings and criticisms of Duolingo to a user who clearly has more experience than them. It falls down. So I can give you a few quotes. Someone comes up, say, Duolingo doesn't even teach language. It actually makes you worse at language. That is actually a paraphrase quote. And then I ask the person, how long did you use it? They say, oh, I'm just, I used it for 5 minutes, it got boring, and I quit. That was a summary of quite literally an experience that is very common in the beginning. So let's find out if WaniKani has such a thing. And this time, what I'm about to share is very relevant because now I'm no longer someone who's starting at 0 on a 0 to fluent, 0 to skilled continuum. Now I'm starting something I can never take back ever again, which is every product that I start, every project that I start now, I'm no longer from 0. So I have to make that disclaimer. I am unable to ever evaluate a product full-heartedly as a strictly beginner. So these are why I'm covering these topics, right? So unanimously favorable. Now, these individuals, I think the vast majority of them have some combination of sources already. So the individuals who do converse with me are individuals who already understand how to combine sources and use different techniques to problem solve for their weak area. So we're not talking about individuals the testimonies are not coming from individuals who solely rely on WaniKani, right? And I honestly feel that is what supports the favorable image of the people that I interact with. Oftentimes, I think negative images and negative consequences come from the "you only need this" mentality. So take it with a grain of salt. The unanimously favorable individuals who suggest WaniKani, hello there, Blair, suggest WaniKani are individuals who do not have this. They do not have this mentality that you only need this mentality. So ultimately, these type of language learners will find pros and cons in things, but work through them. So ultimately, the product itself performs the way it often is designed to perform. They are not overtly negative because of the idea that there's a singular tool that can do everything. Largely, this will be attached to the expectations thing that we're gonna get into a little bit. But generally, this ties to expectations, and expectations produce that negative result most of the time. If your expectations are not grounded in realistic design and understanding of what can be performed at the expense of others, then, like for example, a product that seemingly goes faster and slower at the same time. For example, a popular one that I use in Duolingo is that when someone says, I don't learn anything, or I don't retain anything, they would suggest that it's because the product goes too slow. Rarely does that logic ever check out from a realistic learning perspective for myself. Rarely. It can possibly happen due to one factor, which is too slow being not engaging. So if it's not engaging, then one may never show up. And that can supersede, like that's one of the rebuttals area that can supersede not learning anything. If it's not engaging, you don't learn anything because it supersedes showing up to learn in the first place. That is something WaniKani will ultimately have to address, right? So I'm interested in seeing how does WaniKani address that. Duolingo actually makes this its priority. This is nearly priority number one. It's one thing that the CEO has prominently advertised. If they had to choose between how fast or how much volume someone needs to learn or will have to learn at some point, they choose engagement over that. If two things are struggling, they would ultimately choose engagement. Engagement. Show up and you can learn at least something. Don't show up, you don't learn anything. So even at the expense of dividing and diverting more attention to engagement, the idea is to keep the person consistent, right? That is their philosophy. The question is, what is WaniKani's philosophy? And I do have a little bit of this. So this would be a segue, an excellent segue into the optics, right? The optics of WaniKani. Now, a little bit of my background. When I first started Duolingo, right, within the first month, through a word of mouth, which is what these guys are very excellent at, through the word of mouth, I encountered Tofugu. And Tofugu is also Tofugu LLC. So it is now blossomed into, I think, like a 10 plus people. It was started by, I'm going to say, predominantly two people, which happens to also be the two people I like to believe that are helming development of WaniKani. And WaniKani is a property of Tofugu LLC. So what is Tofugu? Before that, I want to give a shout out to their names because this is the part where I highlight. And in the video description of every single video I have, the developer, some form of representation is always listed, and or their legal group, largely due to the nature that I find it incredibly important, if it's possible, to give names that they are confident and publicly sharing, because it humanizes the project. There are human beings who are making these projects, and then also accounting for the people who are proud to list their names behind a product, right? Rarely do I see this practice happening from non-professionals. And when I mean non-professionals, I mean people who sideline the business aspect, the managerial and human aspect of large projects like this by targeting things using nondescript names. Like, oh, hey, it's another Ubisoft, like, oh, this is basically another Souls like thing. That type of thing, I don't, and I want to discourage that for myself personally. Other people obviously can go about doing their own thing. It's their prerogative. However, for myself, it's great. And what are the names, right? According to the About site, I do quite love to go to the About section of most people's websites, because that's actually the first thing that's nearly the first thing I do. If I'm looking for a product and I get to the product page, the first thing I look at after that is I go to the About page and I look at their credentials, the people, maybe learn something. What are they confident in publicly disclosing to the public? Because when I buy products, there are products of a specific thing is a dime in a dozen. If you have one product that is trending, there are 100 variances of it. What distinguishes between a bigger portion of not only the objective side of things, the monetary concerns that we're going into later, monetary concerns and the efficacy of the product, is the last thing, which is grounding your expectations and understanding by resonating with the developers. Like, do you understand enough of the developer's vision? Because those are the people that would likely distinguish between the products you will inevitably buy. Now, with that said, there are things that are very trivial and people prioritize things. So if you're buying chopsticks, maybe you don't have to look at the developers, right? However, WaniKani, we're talking about the language learning. Language learning is a life pursuit, in my opinion, and I would certainly love to support developers who see it as a life pursuit. And here's where we highlight these individuals. We have someone who simply goes by Koichi. Koichi is the current president of Tofugu LLC, and he is listed as the content creator of WaniKani. And then his colleague, his name is Viet Hoang, or I don't know how to pronounce his last name, but Viet Hoang. He is the developer in both roles, in both Tofugu LLC and WaniKani. So these guys are, so we're talking about, this is WaniKani, Ishmael. I'm doing an introduction to my new project. So these are the developers. These two decided to tag team, and use WaniKani. So let's keep it clear here. What they publicly share is the vast majority of work on WaniKani is by two people. WaniKani was founded or launched in 2011. So it has been, in a few hours, it will be eclipsing 14 years. I mean, not exactly, because I don't remember what month it was founded. 14 years, two people. I imagine there's some logistics and some collaboration helps and whatnot here and there, but the credit is for two people, right? And Tofugu LLC, I already mentioned, had ballooned to 10 plus people. I like to think it's like 14 right now that's credited, and they have a wonderful mission statement, by the way, and I'm going to paraphrase their mission statement, why I enjoy using Tofugu, because it's off of the Tofugu site. Their mission statement often was, every member, I'm going to paraphrase, every member of their team has learned a language of some sort, right? Be it any language. Actually, they listed things that weren't Japanese, but they had learned a language, and they often, often observed shortcomings, right? We're going to say pros and cons. Often it was a little bit on the con side as a mission, but pros and cons. And then they talked about even online resources, the advent of online resources, there were obviously pros and cons. They cited cons specifically. I think that's a little bit of a negative generality. So I would differ a little bit. They said that online resources, they often are short or dumbed down is the phrase. So they're using generalities to say, oh, there's something missing in online resources, much like the archaic traditional language learning approaches like classrooms and stuff. So they're specifically citing that there's a void in this stuff, and their mission statement was there's got to be a better way, right? They believe I don't know that's how you spell believe anymore. Believe there are more I'm going to say creative ways to learn, right? I would use maybe creative, alternative, something like that, because ultimately it is an about page about their things. So naturally, other things are highlighted as deficient, and their approach and whatnot is highlighted as being overall positive. That is a natural language that happens when you're presenting a product, right? So I decided to use a more agreeable terms, largely because I am not affiliated with Tofugu LLC, nor am I affiliated with the use of their product yet, and I'm not affiliated with any other product. So the most politically and professionally neutral language would be more consistent with my analyses of their optics. They believe that they have a more creative way to learn, and that was why I enjoy Tofugu. What was Tofugu to me? It was largely, unapologetically, a grammar source. It was how I cross-referenced most of my stuff from Duolingo. Duolingo does not have they do not have a dedicated grammar, right? So, that's detected. They do not have a dedicated source. So the idea is when I observe a grammar, if I'm interested enough, if it becomes a point of contention, as in I consistently get a grammar point, like a problem, like consistent error, right? If I receive a consistent error, or I'm curious or consistent error, usually curious takes front. When I'm curious about something, I immediately go and look it up and be interested in it. Now, the reason why I placed it in this order is I believe, in my opinion, from my experience now, through observation, that Duolingo users actually test for the first gate, then loosely consider the second gate. So if you're consistently not getting errors, as in like there's no consistent errors, they keep on learning without the curiosity of what is a greater explainer of things, which is like dabbling in grammar, right? It's not quite necessary per se. It would enrich and potentially speed up the process. Duolingo's writers, their developers specifically cited in their philosophy on grammar. They believe that if you are exposed to specific patterns and exposed to a repetition in a way that it will cause you to intuit these things in the first place. So grammar is secondary. Understanding grammar is secondary to exposure and engagement, which follows their philosophy. WaniKani, we'll see how WaniKani sort of represent grammar resource and whatnot, but I actually think in the most reasonable way, it would be interesting to see if WaniKani ever makes a reference to their own product, which is Tofugu, right? Tofugu's website, because I think it's great to compartmentalize for the online user. So WaniKani would be vocabulary and kanji, right? And Tofugu would be their reference site, their own reference site for grammar resources. We'll see how well the demonstration or exposure. My guess is that since WaniKani is advertised, so their optics, WaniKani is advertised as a kanji resource and vocabulary, that there is a chance it's a soft representation of what Duolingo also does, where they provide context with sentences, but those sentences do not necessarily highlight the grammar undertones. They are used to exemplify the use of kanji and vocabulary in order to get someone hopefully interested in looking at the grammar source. However, if you consistently do not have errors, one would simply, the average user will simply continue. They're like, no errors, no problem. That means I'm getting it, right? That's the feedback oftentimes. And it'll be interesting to see if WaniKani does a, hey, if you're interested in Japanese, here are other resources, like our own site that discuss the grammar that was part of, that may be used in these vocabulary. We'll see how all that integrates, right? That's part of the last topic that we're going to go over, but just as a tease. So we know the developers. I kind of understand their mission statement, which is ultimately a very wholesome, broad mission statement that is enough to be agreeable, right? These are not their specific words, but I read them and interpreted as their words, and I often spin it in a more agreeable way. There are more creative ways to learn Japanese, or in this case, kanji and vocabulary aspect of Japanese that other people may not have considered. I'm a very neutral type of person, so if I wrote an about page about myself, oftentimes it deals with words, very specific word choices that don't put other people down or put other generality groups down while bolstering my somehow highlighted more exceptional case. However, I find I would like to believe that the developers find that this is a fair interpretation. They believe they have a fun new ways and creative ways to bring Japanese learning to a audience that doesn't necessarily it's not necessarily found in other sources, right? It's been nice listening to your insight tonight. You taught me something new too. I had no idea WaniKani was mostly done by 2 people. I even have a fan. Yeah, enjoy your New Year's. Off to the races. Good night, Valentine. Good night. You know, you can always find this video, so if you're ever interested in the rest, take care, Valentine. Thanks for hanging out. So here we go. So background, right? And then now we need to go over let's go quickly over the metrics, the objective metrics, the relevant metrics. This is where people really, really loves their thing. I get asked all the time. Now the objective metrics, as I'm starting WaniKani, right? Because one of the most famous, I would say equally language learning internet famous thread is will I learn something? I'm paraphrasing. Oftentimes that something is very specific, like will I become N3 fluent? Will I be fluent by 1 year? If I complete WaniKani, where will I be? And that famous question, right? And I have to answer that question because I'm no longer at 0. Right, I am not starting, so I'm not starting at 0 anymore, which is something that one has to very, very strongly consider whenever you consume content online about learning. Oftentimes, I would say content creators, not that they're maliciously hiding something or anything like that, lots of people have more experience, relevant experience than they may think, because oftentimes if you think about the literal semantics of learning a language, one does not take into account all your learning experience prior to that. My Duolingo experience has a gigantic disclaimer. At the very start of Duolingo, over 300 days ago, right, I stated that I am formally educated. I engage in a lot of complex abstraction of knowledge that required me to do many different learning techniques in order to acquire something. And language is, for all intents and purposes, starting language learning is a drop in the bucket compared to my formal education background. So those are the things that I do feel sometimes it's not transparent, right? You look at this 40-year-old person who's going to start another language. You have to take into account how much do they reveal, how much do they reiterate about their 40 years of experience. It's astronomical how transferable skills are. So not zero anymore. And what does not zero mean when I'm going into WaniKani? I did some of this tallying because I have to prepare a review soon for Duolingo. So right now I have to prepare a Duolingo review for the Duolingo Japanese course at 300 days. And 300 days, lots of people like time. So what is that? It has came out to an average of 3 hours per day. The average has come down because I'm also doing a review of Duolingo Chinese, which is at approximately 200 days. And that also took up 2 to 3 hours on average per day. So though my days were split up between these two, and we have completed, for all intents and purposes, quote unquote, logistically completed this course as of 200 days ago, right? Or not 200 days, as of 200 days, a few days ago, right? So no longer zero. You can do the math for the approximate amount of hours per day, right? And we're going to ignore Chinese because WaniKani is strictly Japanese. So what does that mean in terms of WaniKani relevant things? Well, oftentimes we have to think about kanji. So the kanji is at 496 unique kanji. It's a little lower than I thought. I thought I would be closer to 1,000, but hear me out here. That's largely because I'm not considering only Duolingo. That this is only Duolingo, 496 unique kanji up to this date. We are about halfway through. Usually a Duolingo sports about 300. I mean, not 300, 1,300 listed. I think it's more than 1,300 not listed, but we'll see. So we're not even saying halfway it's probably an understatement. So kanji 496 unique, that is the exact number to date, categorically. So listed unique. Now Duolingo has this habit of not listing certain things, so usually 1 out of 10 is not listed, so you would add 49 to that, about approximately 50. So we're gonna round up to approximately 550 unique kanji at the time of starting WaniKani. And when it comes to vocabulary, Duolingo has an average of 3 uses per each kanji. So relatively speaking, as a rough estimate, we have about a 1,600 vocabulary bank. With the use of the 550 unique kanji and all the other terms that are represented in kana only, right? We got like ageru, morau, which we do not have kanji for. However, those things do have kanji, but I'm not aware of it. Like I'm made myself adherent to what is available, and oftentimes the things that are most salient are these things. So there's at least 550 unique kanji that I'm aware of, and then a vocabulary of 1,600 vocab bank going into this, right? So to give you some hard metrics, hello there, Shady. So not from zero anymore. And now we go back to this famous question or famous paraphrase. Will I learn something? Well, this is going to be in the next section. Actually, we're going to save it for the next section. But you can see that probably in the very beginning of WaniKani, someone would say, no, you would learn nothing. You would learn everything you already know, and it wouldn't get you much Japanese progress, right? And that is a very fair objective answer, which is the top on most threads. It's the top, quote unquote, rated comment. So if the objective is to accrue and learn new vocabulary and kanji, new kanji and vocabulary, I would agree. It's a very reasonable thing. This is paraphrasing. The person would say something like, if you use another dedicated vocabulary like Anki, Bushu, Duolingo, another dedicated exposure app, most people would say it's not worth it, right? The common phrase and generality, it's not worth it. They overlap. You're still learning the same thing. And that's fair, objectively speaking, right? Because remember that the first priority of most people is the monetary thing and basically goal-oriented thinking. So monetary with the respect of goals because of expectations, right? And then the objective is learning the language itself, not learning itself. We'll get to that in a bit. You're setting up cooking for the New Year's meal. Nice, Blair. Nice. So, not from zero anymore. I get to say that. What does that mean? It puts a smile on my face because you know what that means? It means that I get to pay attention to something I like far more and what makes me love new experiences. So we'll get into that, which is our next topic. I think this is sufficient to answer some burning questions, right? I'm not from zero, so we have to take into that account. We talked about Tofugu LLC a little bit and the two devs behind WaniKani, the two listed official devs, their mission statement, and some of the mentalities and addressing some of these things. All right, so let's go into, we're kind of ahead of schedule. It's only been an hour. So let's get into our second topic. So our second topic is probably the much longer one, expectations, right? This is our second topic, and we're going to address monetary concerns first, which you almost worked for Tofugu like 20 years ago, exaggerating that a little bit. I would be, if Tofugu, like their mission statement and stuff, if they wanted someone to type about mental health blogging, and create sustainable like mission statements and like behavioral reinforcement articles and whatnot on language learning, I would totally be down to collaborate because I think what they have is wonderful. It's like a labor of love. So no exaggeration, I would totally empathize with that if I started language learning 20 years ago. At this point. However, obviously, we'll see where all this goes. So in this next statement, this is about decision making, right? Decision making was a big deal in the last couple days because now I have officially invested in Duolingo for a year, and I also have invested a lifetime investment into WaniKani. Now let's go and address these things, right? So, first things first, we have to answer the relative elephant, the crocodile, the crocagator, the crocodilobster, the I don't actually know what the formal name of this beautiful, lovely guy is called, but the alligator. Oh, the crabigator. There it is. Yes. So we gotta address the crabigator in the room, right? And the first decision making that happens all the time, and Black Lotus kind of coincidentally hopped into my Duolingo rant about 2 or 3 days ago when I was breaking down how I was perceiving the value of purchasing a discounted year subscription to Duolingo Super, right? And how that lines up with all my projects and whatnot. So here we got to address monetary concerns. Obviously, WaniKani is a subscription-based service, right? It's which effectively qualifies it as a live service product, right? Largely due to two very prominent. I don't want to be too long-winded. However, for myself, when I say live service, it includes two really iconic factors, which one is a sub-based thing, and ongoing updates, right? That's the very low baseline of qualifying a live service. And when I mean live service, I mean living, as in it's a living thing. It's an entity that constantly changes, right? So you sub because you live longer than you will live with the product for as long as you invest in it. And that product will continue to be updated for as long as you invest in it, right? As the group continues to invest in the product, you'll live, you'll provide a service, hopefully for life. Obviously, that's a little romantic in an idealized world, but that is my basic line. We're not talking about live service and like, oh, does it have microtransactions? Does it predatorily cause you to be addicted to their products? We'll talk a little bit about those things, but ultimately, from my perspective, the user has the ultimate prerogative to either stop subbing or abandoning the trust in a product. That is your prerogative, right? However, we must be sensitive to the idea that if you are a child, I think these monetary concerns are the responsibility of someone who has access to funds, and that might not necessarily exclude a lot of children. So hopefully with great parenting and other things like adult decision making and whatnot, that becomes a non-issue. It does happen. In this case, I think most of those bad actors, right, is not relevant to I want to learn a language with WaniKani. Hopefully. Duolingo has to tackle that, because Duolingo is not only a live service product, it is a freemium product. So I do want to make a slight distinction. I do say freemium sometimes, or I would say something like a no investment live service product. There is a no investment there quite a lot now. I think this is becoming more of the norm, where there's no investment up front and then it's a live service model. So eventually my definition would include something like no investment as the social norm, right? Like the industry norm, no investment up front. In this case, technically it's a little bit low key, but technically this applies to WaniKani as well. The first three levels are free. So WaniKani actually fulfills all three of these. So first one, a sub monetization, ongoing updates, evidence of ongoing updates and continuing development, and then no investment upfront, right? So technically this is a no investment up front, but not necessarily a freemium product. Duolingo is, without exception, a freemium product for life. As in, you can watch all the ads if you want. You can I guess, if you're so angry, there's a way to circumvent them, what have you. The product is accessible to you outside of the features that may or may not be pertinent to your specific learning strategy. WaniKani is more of a try it. If you like it, feel free to sub, right? And there are other products that are live service products that aren't no investment up front. Like you buy, Netflix is a good example. There's no like, hey, try. Occasionally there might be promotions that you might be able to find, so that kind of fits into the temporary no investment thing. Like, hey, with the subscription of Disney Plus, get 7 days of Hulu free. These are the elements of live service products. They give you opportunities, limited situations, opportunities in which you can engage with a product at no investment. However, obviously, we have to remember that those free trials and stuff may come with renewal policies, which often entraps or preys a bit, take advantage of individuals who aren't invested in their money. So what I mean by that is, oh, hey, a 7-day free trial. And it's like, oh, wait, I forgot to cancel it after 7 days. Then it renews into a full thing and you accepted the terms of service for this, right? And then there's a whole ongoing topical issue about how difficult it is to cancel and whatnot, that kind of thing. It's the business side of things. It's all relevant to this whole monetary concern, but we're not going to touch upon that. I don't want to necessarily get into that because it'll take like 3 or 4 hours. It's practically a documentary essay in this case. I do think that if you're interested in that type of business practice, there are many wonderful sources for this stuff. The world's your oyster, really. Like I don't think there's any shortage of painting corporate greed as negative, and then painting an organization as a collective amalgam of individuals who all agree on malicious practices. That's fair enough. I do not typically paint such one-sided arguments, so we'll save that discussion for another time, right? I believe the developers at WaniKani at least does not have the optics. So the optics are good in this sense. The optics seem favorable. And many other reviews and whatnot that usually are very popular to inform whether you want to invest in this, it's ultimately positive with this product. Okay? So monetarily, I want to share my personal investment. I knew in advance that they were going to hold a sale on the lifetime subscription. So lifetime license use. Okay. Largely due to already what I mentioned earlier, the optics. Why WaniKani? Testimonials. Advanced testimonials, advanced users, and individuals who do not have a single tool mentality have offered me saying, hey, WaniKani is interesting, it's useful, it can do certain things, it can't do certain things. That's wonderful, right? And then because of that, over my 300 plus days of Duolingo, good morning, Chern, Duolingo, I've looked into WaniKani, and oftentimes I also have to think about monetary investment. So I ask myself, it's a live service model. I know quite a lot about how live service models operate. So In some cases, I'm like, they have to have a sale at some point in which is a limited window in which it is probably attached to their longest service provided, because the percentage discount that they would advertise can be very lucrative for individuals who have a higher investment threshold. So naturally, I found out that they did this for the last 3 years. And I waited till this very moment to purchase a lifetime license at 200 SDs, actually, USDs. I like writing it this way. Sorry to all the Americans out there, I suppose. So 200 USDs. That is what I invested. Now, oftentimes people, I've talked about this with Black Lotus the other day. So now I'm going to talk about this visually for for WaniKani, as I did with Duolingo. Oftentimes people, when they talk about investments, they talk about zero value, right? You're at zero value at the time of purchase. And then your expectation in terms of monetary, only monetary, we haven't gone through any others. Expectation is you're trying to get to your X value. In this case, it's 200 USDs. So the idea is over time, whatever time this is, right, T, is this T, this TF in which it intersects your expected value is going to happen. It could be 2 years, it could be forever. Oftentimes, when you think of a subscription, the subscription time frame is going to give you TF, your time final. And in like Duolingo's case, it would be 1 year, right? So Black Lotus presented very reasonable arguments about like how to calculate this value, like what is the feature that you get. So for Duolingo, it would be like hearts and whatnot. In terms of WaniKani, it's nothing. You get WaniKani. So whether you subscribe for 1 year, 1 month, lifetime, it's similar across the board, other than gaining access to WaniKani, because the first 3 levels is a smaller, very negligible portion in the bigger scheme of things of the actual product. So you either get the product or you don't. So it's indistinguishable. So ultimately, when someone purchases this, their value system is going to be grounded to 0 by the average decision maker, in my opinion. So whenever, you have those huge threads that talk about, oh, is WaniKani value, like, is it worth it? I just saw that WaniKani's 1 year subscription is cut by a certain amount and the lifetime cut by a certain amount. Is it worth it? And then rapidly, I would say 90% of the comments deal with the prospect that your gain is 0 on the time of purchase. And then their perspective is to see if you gain that value ever. And the lifetime license is a little bit different because the time is forever. So now not only are people using objective metrics to evaluate something that has a not definite end, oftentimes they project their reasonable amount, which typically is 1 year or 2 years. Oftentimes they use a nebulous endpoint like fluency, or remembering a 100% completion, right, level, and then this is arbitrarily level 60, right? That's their endpoint. Their endpoint is, do you get that value from the perspective of purchasing the things? I know if this sounds very confusing and like the logic is lost somewhere and there's a bunch of leap of logic, that's because it is. It is summarizing my observation of common leaps of logic in people's monetary gain. Now, with that said, monetary investment. Now, with that said, I have to tackle this decision as well. So I want to share a little bit of why I think $200 is reasonable to me, personally. So my graph actually looks like this. So if this was 0, my graph actually looks like about 100. I would say 100 USDs, equivalent in, I don't know, personal value or something. So if I were to purchase 200, right, my expectations have to be somewhere here. So I do have a lot of ground to cover, right? I still have to cover this delta. And I already have this delta. And you're like, and you might be wondering, wait, Maku, how do you have 100 USDs of delta? Like, how does that work? And I would actually argue my delta might actually be up here at like 250 USDs. I haven't weighed too much. I think I'm being conservative at 100 delta. So where does that $100 come from? Or where does that 250 upper limit comes from? I know people who loves this product. And what I mean by that is they're not simply people who talk at each other or talk around. They're actually people I talk to, and people who have personally want to share this journey with me or have already shared this journey with me. So when I'm investing in a product, I'm not only solely investing in its objective offerings. When you are thinking about when I'm thinking about a live service model or a live service investment, I'm also thinking about the humans behind it and also the humans involved with it that I know. So I understand, and I have used Tofugu sufficiently enough to know that that site is beautiful. It's a labor of love. And those same people, two of those same people, make this product. And this product has been running for 14 years in a couple of hours. Let's just be the Korean way and say we're going to summarize the age of something at the first day of the year, right? So 14 years, give or take a couple months, right? So my thought was, how much is that worth to me? Well, it's worth way more than 200 USDs for a lifetime. So that is how it's a very fast argument because I didn't say all the other stuff that's involved. Let's just say I had 243 days, roughly speaking, to think about investing in WaniKani, because that's about the first time I heard, around 56 or between day 56 and 60, where I met one of those people who are no longer with me, like where they exist and I know they exist and they're happy or something, but we have a mutual psychological and philosophical disagreement. So they're off somewhere enjoying their life, maybe living in, one of them maybe decide to live in Japan, but their priorities mean that they are no longer important to me intellectually, and they themselves don't find me intellectually important to them. That's fair enough. However, it was the first time I become introduced to WaniKani. The name got dropped and that person persisted. We communicated for like a couple months, right? And I trust their judgment. Whether we sentimentally feel like it's worth being friends or not, that's a different story, right? So way more than it. And why do I highlight this? It's largely because most life decisions, in my opinion, especially monetary gains, for me, comes at a self-awareness of my human connections. I can't tell you how often when someone tells me that, oh, if you're self-aware and you're really confident and you're strong in identity, that you don't have to care about what other people care about. You don't have to care about what they say. You don't have to care about what they care about. That's great and useful, pragmatically speaking, if you yourself is trying to discover yourself. Like if you need to be stronger, you're trying to help yourself, that is necessary. It's part of the first step. However, I'm in a situation where I have that. I'm fairly confident. So now I'm willing to trust people, willing to form human connections, right? So that's where this comes from. $200 to pay for a lifetime license for Tofugu, to support Tofugu, who already supported and they didn't even know it. Thank you. Thank you for the Tofugu team that provided hundreds of days of free grammar sources to me. And now they're going to provide for $200. I can't tell you how insignificant $200 is from my standpoint, from me personally, the monetary thing. In 2 or 3 years, that value of that $200 will no longer be $200 anymore. It'll be like $100, if not like $10. So the investment today is an investment forward in these people's visions and philosophy. And I invest in people, right? And then people who invest in me, I try to at least find some time in a reasonable amount of time frame to reinvest in their trust and their collective wisdom, right? Valentine and I basically reminisced about how we met, what we talked about yesterday when I was playing Neverwinter, right? It's a wonderful thing when one is happy enough, sustainable enough, and well aware of their own experiences, right? Own experiences when it comes to making monetary investments. My investments often have been human-centric. So when I say there are times when human are fickle, is an understatement. Someone I know I think reasonably well now, have concerns with open trust, right? Because you can be disappointed. I'm going to use the word disappointed. Someone criticized that I used the word betray, and betray is a very loaded word, so we're going to say disappointed. With that said, though, how do you know how to select against disappointment, potential disappointment, or be comfortable in trust in humans if you don't practice it, right? When I am healthy and I'm able to be disappointed, as in, what is the worst that can happen? This person disappoints me. Or I'm willing to invest 200 USDs. What's the worst that can happen? I spent 200 USDs. Right? So if 200 USDs gives me anything, I am willing to lose or spend 200 USDs before gaining any value from it, right? So keep in mind that this is a voluntary purchase. It is a privilege. That means it is not necessary at all. So when someone tells me, oh, you could do this for free, like you could do this for free with like the following tools and like I could do this with my eyes closed and whatnot. It's like, okay, that's fair. Like, I'm so happy that you are able to create your apathetic indifference to objectively achieving your language goals. That's awesome. I hope you're happy with achieving your language goals in a free manner. And I'm putting free in quotes because it's not free. You're using the tools of other people who happen to offer it for free. The knowledge that you got, that you received, and all the tools that you use aren't free. It's someone else's creation. It might be your integration of someone else's product. It happens to be free of cost to you and only you. So when someone asks me, do I ever feel like I'm wasting my money, or do I not like a product, or it's not worth it? The question you have to ask yourself is, how does this person view money in the first place? I, as someone slightly, for all intents and purposes, I'm privileged enough to understand that I can manage money in the sense that I can choose to invest in people's products. I'm not privileged enough to be throwing money, as in like, hey, oh, you have a good idea, here's $1,000, go, and if you spend it all on candy, that's perfect. I'm not in that privileged position. I am terrible money maker. However, I do have enough money making or money budgeting skills in order to give money where I understand that that money will likely go towards something that people are productive. I am not like a person, I don't want to give people the impression that I'm some gullible person that if someone sells me a sob story and they can scam me, that came with life experience. I've been scammed, quote unquote, the internet's definition of scammed, hundreds of times in my life. Like someone says, oh, hey, you know, can you spot me $10? I'll pay you back tomorrow. I never hear from them. I've done that more than 100 times in my life. But hear me out. I gave them $10 because I think they can use that $10 for whatever the reason it is. If they never pay me back, I already know that I'm willing to invest $10 in them. And guess what? Out of the 100 scams, 5 or 6 of them, they became amazing people, and they actually gave me back more than I gave them, even though I didn't ask for anything. Right? That's what human connection is. You take a chance because you can take a chance. You don't take a chance expecting that something comes back. At least in my opinion. So, is WaniKani worth 200 USDs? The answer is yes. Not because I know anything about WaniKani in terms of its product, like what I'm gonna get, what we're gonna play. We're gonna find that out together. Well, for those people who are interested, we're gonna find that out together. When I started Duolingo, the entry price was 0. So no matter what, by default, I'm going to find out, right? It was a 0 permanent investment. So the short story for Duolingo was I already used it for 300 days. It's worth way more than $60 a month, a year for me personally, not for other people. I'm not telling other people that they should feel that way. For me, I used Duolingo for more than 300 hours. I've learned a great appreciation for Japanese and Chinese all before spending a penny. So it was a surprise to me because I didn't actually look for a Duolingo super deal. It just so happened right at the end of this year, they did the same thing because of live service. I was gonna continue doing the way I go about it, but $60, they've used up way more than $60 to support me as a single individual. So you got new glasses? Nice, Blair. I would love to see them sometime. I bet they're fantastic. What you call it? So hear me out here, right? The reason why I know for me that it's without a doubt, and I'm basically covering like the third point, but that's fine. I'm alluding to it. WaniKani is worth more than $200 for me, sentimentally, right? I think $200, it would take me less than a month, right? I mean, it'd probably take me less than a week. I walk to my neighbor grocery store. I say, do you need help? Can I be employed for 3 months in the summer? I want to help out. Sure, pay me whatever you want. It ends up being like probably $12 a month. I mean, $12 an hour or something. And they might give me like a part-time hours, 4 hours. Is it worth that labor of love to invest in WaniKani for 200 USD? Like, this is a way that people would negotiate how much monetary value it is. Like, they would equate to whatever their profession is and the source of their income. I do it, right? I do it. So that's kind of non-negotiable. This is non-conditional, and I'm being unconditional, and this is being transparent about how much money I have invested. It's $200, 200 USDs, and I would have been fine if I started a project in WaniKani. I would have been fine paying 300 USDs. For the record, the discount is 100 USDs, so it's minus 100 USDs at the time of this purchase. It was fantastic. You'll send it in Discord when the food's ready. Nice. I'm looking forward to seeing it. Okay, so we've covered monetary. How are we doing with time? Okay. Still pretty good on time. So now language learning objectives, right? That's the second thing. And I kind of missed the segue into this, but that's fine. So now we have to go into our second page. So now we have to address the second point, which is language learning, like learning, we're gonna say learning progress, probably not even progress, learning potential. Learning potential is a lot of times, this is very specific to language learning at this point because I'm kind of getting a gauge of it. So this is still one of the objective, the ones that go about as objective points that people make. So learning potential, we already talked about Duolingo, right? We already talked about Duolingo. Recap: Duolingo Japanese, we have 550 unique kanji and approximately 1600 vocabulary words, right? So, and then this will be a segue into our third point, vocabulary words. When someone sees this and they're going to look at me and they're going to ask the same question, they're going to ask, have you only used WaniKani, right? Because if you're using something, then the phrase is only, right? That gives away the one tool mentality a lot of times, or the word just. So do you just use WaniKani? Question is going to come up, largely because when someone's introduced, it's very rational. If I wrote day one WaniKani, then obviously nothing else exists other than WaniKani. I'm being facetious here. Oftentimes, it's a lot more clear to ask an all or none question as opposed to stooping on presumptions and like different things. So I'm going to have to answer this question at some point. Do you only use WaniKani to learn kanji and vocabulary? And then there's going to be criticisms that will come up and say like, do you learn grammar? And then more open-ended questions like, what other resources do you use? Right? These are top 10 stuff. I love being able to say this with a lot more confidence now, a lot more personal experience. When I started Duolingo, I can't say any of this stuff because I don't know if that's going to happen with me. But I can earnestly now tell you, with 2,000 plus streaming hours of being exposed as a Japanese novice, or someone who doesn't know what they're talking about and whatnot, these are the questions that come up and are very relevant. So the learning potential, well, I just spent 200 USDs, right? Expectations. So I would expect at some point I will reveal that, oh yeah, I use Duolingo, right? I used Duolingo. And then they're probably going to ask me how much I know, right? Or how much I think I know and how much I'm used to. And they're probably going to ask, am I conversational yet? Right? So then we have to answer the crabagator in the room. What is the learning potential if I start WaniKani now? Well, someone who is likely possibly someone who used WaniKani, I'm using the same roles and expectations that I would have of Duolingo. So they see a new WaniKani user and they would gather a relative scope and they say like, well, you know, it's going to take several days, if not months, to get any learning or new material. And absolutely, if that is the expectation of learning potential. So the learning potential, and now I'm gonna clickbait everyone, right? The language learning potential, and even more fine, the Japanese language learning potential is this, right? WaniKani, you're probably not going to learn anything for like 3 months or 4 months, however long you use WaniKani, because it's going to overlap with Duolingo's real content, the content that everyone's worth. And I'm being very strong about and exact about this language because we have to keep in mind when it comes to learning potential, it's objective based to a fault, as in what Japanese relevant things are you going to learn? So not how you learn Japanese, what your feelings are about Japanese, understanding other people's perspective about Japanese, interacting with people, the exact people that would say this, and collecting social, experimental, and behavioral data, which goes into our third expectation. So for now, what I can say is I expect that I'm going to be asked this, and my response is, you have a point. And my natural response for this is, I don't mind practicing fundamentals. The reason why I say fundamentals and the reason why I use the word practicing is because I'm trying to I further clarify that yes, I'm not learning new things, but I'm practicing to solidify things that I have learned. That is my most reasonable things I know, right? Things I know. My most reasonable response to this. So yes, this is addressing the learning potential. So when someone makes a decision, they're saying, how much can I gain from my objective? Is $200 USD for a lifetime license? What amount of that time is actually quote unquote valuable? And valuable is framed in the way of literal semantic language learning potential, right? If you bought a book that has 2,000 kanji, what are the chances you're going to buy another book with that 2,000 kanji that you might have already learned from the first book? Now, if you're thinking to yourself now, I don't think like that, it's like, that's great. And then if you say you think like that, it's like, and that's all that matters, that's also reasonable. Whichever point of view you get that gets you to your ultimate goal of being happy is fantastic. Now, for the former, those people immediately thinking, wait, if I bought a book that teaches 2,000 kanji and I bought a book from another writer who teaches the same 2,000 kanji, what can I even learn from that? And you're already brainstorming. It's like, oh yeah, I have some great ideas. I think there's a lot of value to this. What do you think it is? So for me, let's go to our third point now. This is my segue for the plug. So my third point, which, what did I write it as? Experience, observation, which is subjective, right? Heavily subjective, and individual things, right? Not based on the motivation of others, but for myself. So what are these things that I am doing this project for, right? What is my motivation? If I already know a bunch of kanji, don't I only want to learn the kanji that I don't know yet, right? Like, isn't that the whole point? If you keep practicing the same 600 kanjis over, you're not going to get anything. You're not going to learn anything. And this is where me and a lot of other intellectuals who are far more competent than I am, they've already passed the 2000 kanji point and whatnot. We disagree. We fundamentally have a conflict of interest, largely because that person presented a case for how they like to teach people or maybe educate people or live their lives, and I fundamentally disagree with them. Regardless, we had an underlying mutual understanding that it will work out for either of us. However, we don't like to share the same type of perspective, so it created lots of friction, right? For example, one of the major things is learning by error. Is a really big one. Oh, there, Kumar. Learning by error. Now, the question is, lots of times people have this fear, this FUD. I'm not sure if people are familiar with this term, but it's fear, uncertainty, and doubt. Happy New Year, Kumar. Happy New Year. Hope your New Year was fantastic, as well as anything else you observe during this time of day. So, FUD. What is the first FUD in language learning that I get nonstop? Just Duolingo, just Duo will make you have bad habits. It's not quite this, but it's often inferred. So when someone sees someone make an error in Duolingo, their first response, no matter how technical, respectful, or compassionate they are, it's a selfish projection from my perspective, because they didn't ask me how I learn by error. Like, what do I do to stay consistent? How do I go about being consistent in this type of perspective? Now, this is specifically me. I'm not talking about anyone else, because oftentimes when you're providing advice and you claim to be compassionate, the default is you have to know what the person's doing already. Right? You actually have to know something about the person in order to be compassionate or offer advice. That's my personal take on things. When someone asks me, what are your tips on Duolingo? What is your recommendation on Duolingo? Or what is your recommendation on language learning in general? My first comment is, okay, since we're strangers, let's make sure we make some ground rules. I don't know a lot about you. Let's talk about the things that I would consider when I'm talking to a stranger, like information that I would first assume and or get from the person, right? I would need to know what they're already currently doing, what their habit formation looks like at minimum. These are minimum things. What their schedule is like, when was the last time they acquired another skill, and how did they go about that? Pros and cons, methodology that they approach in acquiring another life skill. What are their most positive habit forming habits first? All these things take into consideration of my advice when someone asks me for a tip, because I need to know these things at minimum. If I don't know these, I tell the person, what am I assuming? What am I presuming this person knows? And my advice is framed around telling the person, you have to know these things. I hope you know these things about yourself, and then use that experience you have to take my advice into your lexicon or something like that. And that is how I frame advice and compassion. However, this does not dispel or this does not account for, in my opinion, my general experience with language learners. When it comes to error in learning, usually it's something like, oh yeah, mistakes, if you find them out yourself, you can learn through them, and then it sticks, like it sticks well and whatnot. But what if you can't? Oftentimes they're like, yeah, I learned a lot of mistakes and then I corrected them and they meant a lot. Meanwhile, immediately when they talk about how to correct me and all that, their first thought was, oh, I'm different. This person, clearly if they make the error, they're going to repeat the same error, so I should stop them from making that error because I sort of did that, but I also fixed it somehow. I became the person I am now. But instead, it stops at, oh, this person, if they make an error, they're not special like me, where they're probably going to make the same error because they probably only learned just by Duolingo and whatnot instead of asking, right? So they go out of their way and they correct you, or correct me personally. There are many different versions of this. There are people who are incredibly analytical, so they would like talk at me with incredible esoteric terms in order to demonstrate how unintentionally, it's probably unintentional, how technical and well versed they are because they're speaking incredibly proper. Oftentimes that come off as detached and condescending. That's a personal emotional intelligence argument that I have for that. And then there are others who would say it very blatantly and candid and say, I'm just being honest because I'm trying to help you. It's like, that's incorrect as well, because when you try to help someone, you are exercising compassion. And when you exercise compassion, in my opinion, the bare minimum you have is to understand that person's situation, right? Personally, I have a high standard for the exercise of compassion in interpersonal skills. Take it with a grain of salt. Some other, your other normal situations, they might have lower barriers, like, oh, it's the thought that counts. And whatnot, it's like, yeah, it is the thought that counts. Have you thought about being compassionate? So it's a cyclic argument a lot of times. I know this sounds very direct, but I want to make this clear early on, because the most intellectual people, the people that I actually spoke with quite at length, it ends up, this is the thing that killed the relationship. The seemingly mutual intellectual relationship is killed because someone expressed something that they don't actively practice, and I don't go anywhere, the other person goes somewhere. So it's kind of a double standard here, because it's not the same standard anymore. Like, it might seem like the same standard, but there's only one person technically making the presumptions here. I don't make presumptions because people come to me, not I go to them. So if something is making you upset and you're voluntarily going to them, I hope you decide that it is not worth your time, and we can mutually say, you don't like me the way I like myself, and I hope you find someone who doesn't make you feel guilty and annoyed or even hurt because they don't want to hear yourself projecting your insecurities onto them. Like, in my opinion, right? They're projecting fear, uncertainty, and doubt as a form of compassion, assuming that I will be unable to correct errors. How does this all relate to expectations and error? Well, what can I gain from WaniKani, using WaniKani? When someone said, oh, if you use another thing, like, I don't know, I'm not going to use Duo, like Anki, you don't need WaniKani, right? WaniKani is a waste of time if you already Anki it up. Well, here's my take. I like practicing fundamentals, right? First, I say I like practicing fundamentals. The other reason is, this is how I error correct. So it might not happen simultaneously like other people where they would immerse themselves, use WaniKani and then immerse themselves or hear multiple people. That's fine. I build the stuff up. So what happens is, if you're wondering where's my value in the beginning of WaniKani if I'm already like way into Duolingo with this amount, it's to correct myself. Like, there are people who make multiple products, and that products take different approaches. Those different approaches engage me. When I'm engaged in my learning, I'm more likely to find errors or consolidate ideas, right? Like be able to comment on errors, for example. When someone says they know, so people, quote unquote, people get this wrong all the time, get this wrong all the time, which that's usually how that comment starts, right? How do people advise other people these days? People, right? Using people. So you use generalities. The person would say something like, oh yeah, everyone gets this all the time wrong. Like monolingual English speakers always get this wrong time. FUD. They start with FUD. They start with fear, uncertainty, and doubt first, and then get you to listen through that. So, hey, using Duolingo is going to make you bad at Japanese. Here's my advice on how to make that not as bad. So you start with a comment that deals with fear, uncertainty, and doubt to get the person's attention. And then it's not malicious because it can come from a kind place, right? You only look out for that person, I think, right? To me, it's a normalizing behavior of what YouTube has done, Twitch has done, and not directly, but what content creators have done. You start with something that's scary, that is a problem. You focus and motivate yourself to prevent that problem in order to offer advice. So the conflict of interest here is the vast majority of people that I've talked to over time got tired of feeling like they could stop me from doing something bad with my life and my decision because they assume that I will form entirely terrible habits, and those habits will destroy me like they destroy them somehow. And that seeing that happen over and over again and not trusting that I have a system in order to correct for errors, because I literally suggest that I'm very used to making errors, even long habit errors, and still continue to correct them. I'm the happy person I am today because I corrected things that 2/3 of my life was good at. I was good at overworking, sleeping less, burning out, and then cramming for things. I was good at working like 19 to 20 hours a day and sleeping 4 days. But I broke those too. I corrected the quote unquote error or sustainability. My life has taught me that it is great to constantly reevaluate oneself over and over again in order to fine-tune whatever quote-unquote errors or wrongness or sustainability. With that, I imagine that other people who I hold near and dear to my heart understand that they can trust me. And when I am stuck and truly have a habit I can't quit, they know that I will come to them, just as they know that they expect that from me. Like if I see something that truly is beyond my own threshold, I would address that with them, and then they would have my trust that they can do this too. Well, if that's not reciprocated, then it's very difficult to be like friends at that level. That doesn't mean you can't be different types of friends, right? There are different types of friends. But in this case, error correction is largely why I'm starting with WaniKani again, right? Like WaniKani is a different way to learn kanji. It's a different way to learn vocab. A lot of people asked the one question, do I study radicals? Do I study radicals? quote unquote study as in do I learn radicals? And the answer is yes, but no. It filters into this. Yes, but no. Yes, I do learn radicals, but no, not in the way you think. Not in the way you think. Probably. I'm going to use probably, not in the way you think. Largely because WaniKani has an excellent, apparently, allegedly, I'll find out, I suppose, for myself, allegedly have an excellent way of doing radical studies. And then there are textbooks about this and other sources about radical approaches. Well, I didn't do that. I formed my own connections. I saw a bunch of radicals, I write a bunch of kanji, and at some point those things fall into place for myself. So I did what I would do when I was a little wee young lad, only seeing a bunch of shapes, and at some point those shapes start to form patterns with the meaning that I'm ascribing to them. So I went on a case-by-case basis and developed my radical mnemonics. So now here's the question. If I know I already do that, why would I start a program, use a product that does their own thing in their own way? It's because it provides experience and contrast. I get to find out if the way I've thought about radicals was consistent or coherent with how other people thought about radicals. And no, I wouldn't say something like, I will abandon everything I've ever built with my own knowledge just to embrace someone else's system. The idea is I have enough room in my noggin to have both. It's a consolidation. What is stronger than one resource? More likely two resources. So here leaves the irony, right? I've met a bunch of intellectual people who believe that they are good at error correction and that I learn by error or learn by practicing of fundamentals. That's also something that I share a lot with other people. Like, say, oh yeah, I love practicing fundamentals. Like, oh, do you? And then we start talking about it and I'm like, I'm not sure if you do like practicing fundamentals, because that same person, 2 or 3 same person, the first complaint they have about WaniKani, or not really complaint, but the first, we're just going to call it a Freudian slip when they talk about products, is like, oh yeah, I would use WaniKani, but I already know all of this stuff. And that, in my opinion, means that they're a certain type of friend to me, but not another certain type of friend. And that is the part of me that we do not bring up until now. So I bring up this part because I am using WaniKani to see if there's another way to practice those fundamentals that I have not considered. As in, I like to teach people things and I like education. The semantics of Japanese is not the full value of doing these things. So if I'm learning the same characters and stuff, that gives me an opportunity to error correct. However, it also gives me the opportunity to look at other approaches. It may also synergistically, there's chances that it can be synergistic as well as deconstructive. It can be deconstructive as well, but synergistic view, perspectives, refinement in my improvements, right? Refinement in my improvements, and probably equally as undefiningly valuable, like uncapped, limitless value, is the idea that I can form empathy with others, potentially vicariously. Why is that important? Well, you can be an excellent, phenomenal polyglot, but fail in any way possible to teach anyone anything. Because you simply, in my opinion, pardon the overgeneralization, fail to empathize with others vicariously. So, yes, I've had this conversation now it's even more often, right? Back in the day when I was in Duolingo, like less than 100 days, you get the novice treatment. You know, someone who's competent, who hates Duo, approaches you and voice how you're a novice, you don't know what you're doing. I do. So here's my advice, right? And that's fine. I took all those advice and I start addressing all those advice. They told me a lot about what Duolingo doesn't do, what it does do. I either confirm or deny and then refine against those, right? So those were really helpful. That was the most common type of interaction. But then when we get greater than Duo 100, a different type of criticism comes in. Now we have quote unquote experts or very, very competent people who are no longer here anymore. Talking about what they know and their like goated strategies, right? Goated strategies or complex strategies because they still feel they are more competent, which I appreciate because that's kind of how you get more information. More competent people give you these information. Now here's the difference though. These people don't even take empathy. There's a lack of empathy. They are more prone to be a lack of empathy because when you become specialized and you've invested a lot of time, your perspective gets narrower and narrower because you don't have time for all the other things. It's totally reasonable. Like if you need to spend so much time to like get that next level of your Japanese, you spend a lot of time in that. But then you fail, in my opinion, then one tends to fail in empathy with someone who vigorously have a different objective in mind, which for all intents and purposes, my teaching focused learning aspect tends to be less de-emphasizes specialization of strategies than trying to get a vigorous foundation of how to empathize with all sorts of learners. Now, these guys are really great if they are able to self-select themselves into students and pupils that think like them already. How do you do that? Have an institution that have built, it sounds like formal education, I know, have a standardized school system, okay, a standardized education system where from young to an adult, by the time they get to you, they will reach a level of understanding, empathy, sort of like a normalization of behavior that will match and suit your brilliance, your competence. Regrettably, this is not the situation on the internet. You have to ascertain what the other person knows yet or does. So what happens here is the vast majority of my experiences now often comes from a perspective I need to understand that the people who are more competent than me will give me a lot of technical information, lots of technical things, and they'll correct me based on technicality, right? Like, oh, be wary, this will become more complicated later, like this is this and this is. They're very passionate knowledge shares. However, now the requirement to develop empathy shoots up to the moon. So the idea is now we are professional colleagues. So this is where that's how I feel about university life. Once you get to a specific amount of expertise, it is much, much more difficult to create empathy with other coworkers, let alone your students who are way, way in a different stratosphere of emotional intelligence. So how do you engage those students? Well, the last thing you want to do is tell them all the things that you know right away, and that tell them the way you want it to be known. It's very, very ironic, I would say, and almost hypocritical that someone says they love education, they love teaching people, and they try to resonate with me about how they love learning and whatnot, and yet they stop there at learning. And I totally appreciate that they are really good at learning things their own way. However, their teaching methods and their way they advise people and care about other people is a one-size-fits-all model. And what's even more ironic a lot of times is that those are the same people that say school sucks, school is not good enough to teach a language. Formal education is too slow, it's slow to adapt, and I totally agree with all those things. I actually make those consensus all the time, and yet the way they talk to me or other people is wishing that it was standardized like formal education. Right? The way you advise people is not based on a case-by-case basis of the person you're advising. You project what you know by experience to be the right way, and that's formal education, in my opinion. Like that's how structure of formal education works. You standardize the thing you think is best, and then when you give that advice, you give the same advice with the same execution in personal apathy for the other person. And then you wonder why someone like me say your advice lacks a bit of a human touch, because it's not necessarily if you're being expressive as a human. It's more like when two human beings are talking together, they would have to empathize with each other in order to take advice from each other online. Now, if you go into a classroom, if you walk into a classroom, there's a self-selection process. There's expectations governing how behavior works. You are the student. That person in the front is the teacher, right? Those are ingrained standardization. When you're on the internet, those standards do not exist. There are some loose standards like, oh, the Twitch streamer can ban people if they don't want them in the room, like moderation. I don't have moderation in general. I go case by case. So when someone tells me they can't express a human touch in their text, that's concerning themselves only. Well, if you're providing advice, you do know the person you're advising is also a human being. So why are you making a comment about your own human touch when you're advising another human being? You can advise another robot with no emotions, no back experience, and they probably agree with you objectively that that is the correct statement. But emotional intelligence is required. So here we go. That's expectation, right? Why do I do these things? Error correction. And one of the biggest expectations that I have of a product is I gain observational skills, proofreading, editing, and most importantly of all, I get to develop more empathy with other users. Why WaniKani? WaniKani's community communicates with each other openly on a forum. They are more likely to spread word of mouth, testimonials. This links to all the monetary gains in the background. People like to say what WaniKani doesn't do and what they do, but it's from a perspective of the insistent that you know what WaniKani can do for you and what it can't, and then find other things to complement it. That's the aspect of the forums and stuff that I get from WaniKani. And then the people who like WaniKani demonstrates to me that they are more likely to understand the design choice and they're self-selecting, right? The behavior that's most enriched in individuals who use this app convince me that they are more likely to be a community than a group of loners. And I'm not saying loners aren't going to be able to become fluent in Japanese, but one has to be logical about this. When you consider yourself a loner, it means you tend to be under practice and lack empathy with others. So careful when you say you're more of a loner in the sense of trying to become friendlier or charismatic with someone else. When you say you're a loner, you're depicting an aspect of you that you're saying you prefer not to practice interpersonal skills. That does not mean that that has no bearing on how competent you are in Japanese. You could be the most fluent Japanese, secondary, native-like Japanese person that if you're a loner, then your empathy with others would be less than someone who isn't a loner. And I'm not one to have classified myself as a loner. I can empathize a bit with people who are loners because when I was younger, I love that. I love solitary activities. I still do when the stream goes off, right? However, I'm both. There are times to not be a loner, and there are times to practice interpersonal skills. Hello there, Dart. You posted to Discord, dinner was tasty. Nice, nice. I'll check it out in a bit. So, for the record, teaching to me is important because it has a component of empathy. And empathy requires experience and observation with products that have communal aspects. So when someone asks, well, what happened to Anki? I thought you said you were going to use Anki. I don't see Anki as a communal product. So there will be a time I'll use Anki, but that activity is specifically loner. So like what I mean is I will be using Anki for what the product is designed. It's not bad or good. The platform Anki, like it's self-selecting. What it does for an individual and the way they communicate and share products like, decks and whatnot, it works to the advantage of self-selecting for loners, people who want to learn alone and like be self-sufficient. That's great. That's like part of the picture. I am not looking for that at the moment. So I pick WaniKani after Duolingo because Duolingo is a monster of a community mesh. It gets lots of hate, lots of accolades, lots of memes, lots of things because it is community centric. Duolingo is absolutely unapologetically community centric. In fact, it's so community centric, it might actually oftentimes feel like it's taking this part, the loner aspect, in my opinion, like self-sufficient, self-progress and all that, it gets sidelined. So it's a natural compromise, right? It's a compromise for their approach. WaniKani seems like it's a little bit in the mix. It's like in between. It kind of feels like Anki, but it doesn't feel like Anki, right? Because there's the part of it, and the comparisons are going to be a lot. There's going to be my expectations, one of my loose expectations is that if I understood the greater language learning community, whatever that is defined, the comments that I'm going to make is going to be, why don't you use Anki because Anki is better than Duo, to why don't you use Anki is very similar to WaniKani, but you'll learn faster with Anki. I have a feeling those are going to be the first type of comments that I'll get for like maybe the first 2 months of WaniKani. Someone's going to say like, well, you can learn Anki faster because you choose your own pace and all that. And interestingly enough, I'm going to talk about that. That is the next and final branch of what I'm expecting dynamically. What am I looking for when I'm using WaniKani? Okay. Anki is where dreams go to die. So this is my segue into the last topic, and I'm still pretty good on time. So we have 50 minutes left, right? I said that I'm going to try to keep this to 3 hours. So we're at 2 hours and 10 minutes, including my introduction. So I have about an hour. So we're right on time with the topics that I want to cover. So our third one was intent, purpose, right? And that's about learning methodologies. I kind of touched upon this already. Engagement, right? I didn't touch upon this yet. And then personal legacy building, which I haven't touched upon. So let's go into our final hour. I'm really starting to feel like I'm back in my I'm really starting to feel like I'm in my like lecture days. Like I love practicing this type of lecture style kind of thing. It really feels it reminds me of my university days. How like you lay this out, you're doing a chalk talk, right? You have nothing planned. You just go and wing it. Sometimes occasionally this is how office hours go. Like students would I found out that I need to like host a review session, right? For as a teaching assistant, host a review session for a for biology or chemistry. And my thought was, I have no idea what they know right now. So what do I do? So you host the office hours, and you're expected, right, as a student that have already gone through all this. You're the graduate student, the one that have already got your bachelor's in science and whatnot, to be like, it doesn't matter what the students ask. You should be ready for it. Like, you should know most of this stuff. And how would you engage and problem solve together if you don't even know if some stuff you don't know? And this is kind of like what it's like to have a chalk talk. You're still kind of like leading the conversation, and you're kind of, most of the students are listening to you most of the time, and then they're going to extract whatever you have. But the students could have any type of questions or any type of things, and you have to be able to break it down, understand what you don't know, but where you could find this information, and then share what you do know and how you would go about using your existing knowledge to answer the question, right? So refreshing. Okay, so the last one was intent. So intent and purpose. We're gonna launch it off from the previous, right? And that was the segue from error and proofreading. I got into a spat a little 3 days ago about someone who criticized Duo for not proofreading because they messed up 字 versus 字, right? And I totally get that as a person who criticizes the product alone. And sometimes that person was inferring that this systemic error will cause lots of language learners, especially Chinese language learners, a bad habit, right? It would become a quote unquote barrier is the word they used. And that's perfectly fair. That's actually perfectly fair given the conditions that they said. Like only online source users, or they had a lot of conditions that they're presuming that would happen in order for their hypothesis to be correct. So for me, what is the intent and purpose of using WaniKani? Well, one of them I already mentioned, and that's the above. It's to address errors and proofreading. If I know something from WaniKani that is not concordant with Duolingo, it raises a red flag. Now, this case, this person argued, is a systemic error, as in it's ubiquitous, right? It's ubiquitous on online sources. And when I looked into this, I disagree. However, I would agree that the large systems that account for a great percentage of things may have a specific choice that doesn't agree with this person's perceptions, right? So That is something worth keeping in mind. WaniKani could have, quote unquote, there is a chance both WaniKani and Duo can have the same error. Now, yes, that's true, but there is less of a chance that two different things are erroneous versus one thing. So, error proofreading involves actually participating in more than one resource for an extended amount of time, right? Why WaniKani when I already know a bunch of that stuff? Proofreading, error prone. I practice fundamentals. When I'm running, right? When I'm running, I have shoes. Unless you're a barefoot runner. I'm not a barefoot runner. Shoes. After a year, this shoe will have like a declining utility. Like it's like kind of up. It kind of goes up and then it kind of starts steadily declining. Eventually, I'll have to buy new shoes. I go through the same pattern of normalizing the shoe and promoting. All my running experience will still require that I need to adjust if the shoe is new. Now, you could stay and buy the same old shoes, and learn nothing. And, like learn nothing but refine, iterate on the current. You're like, oh, I still got more to learn per se. Okay, that was a little aggressive. If you buy the same old shoe, if I bought the same old shoe, I'm telling myself I still have more to learn. More to learn. That's the way to get into my headspace. If you're not that type of person, that's perfectly all right. Because you could say, I bought this new shoe. It's so good. Let's keep it the same because I want that consistent performance. Absolutely. That's perfectly valid. That's someone who's at their peak, like that specialist. The people I was describing about when they lack apathy, when they lack empathy with new learners, with learners in general, because they are so expert now. They want to keep all of their stuff very, very similar because they're consistently performing at what they believe is peak. For me, I'm not that mindset. I extract, 80% of the performance, and next day I'm buying a quote-unquote new shoe to learn more. Now I'm going to try another shoe. And what happens is I take all my learning experience I had from my old shoe and I try to apply it with that new shoe. The curve might not look like this. This is kind of what I'm expecting. But what if the reality was like this? That was the performance curve. I'm making up stuff, but that's the performance curve. And I realize, oh, now I have more data. Like I notice, okay, well, there are things that I thought I knew, but didn't quite work out. And then there are things that I work really well, I'm going to keep. This is WaniKani. When people use tools for language learning, their metric is, did I learn more Japanese? That's, in my opinion, 99% of the decision making. Did I learn more Japanese? This is goal-oriented learning. So when you're thinking about purchasing WaniKani, the first question you ask yourself, how much Japanese do I know right now? Well, I'm N3. It's like, well, I shouldn't buy WaniKani then. Because the vast majority of the stuff would be review. I already know all that stuff. I couldn't possibly learn any more Japanese or learn very little new Japanese. Perfectly acceptable, perfectly objective, as long as you're happy, right? Does goal-oriented learning help someone overall get to their goals? Well, it's in the name. It's goal-oriented. So if your goal is to be fluent in Japanese, then focusing on new things might help. Focusing on becoming fluent certainly helps. For me, to give everyone a big transparency, this is secondary. In fact, it might actually be tertiary for me to be fluent in Japanese. I would rather. So here's a priority check. I would love to be good at getting people started, maintain a habit long enough that they can answer this question themselves. So, before we get to the propagator in the room about Japanese fluency, I will likely end up spending a disproportionate amount of time at the quote-unquote beginner stages of things. However, it's only the beginner stages of things because people are focusing on Japanese fluency. So yes, I might be really slow getting to Japanese fluency, and yet rarely do people consider the idea, these individuals that I've encountered, consider the idea, what else am I gaining then? I mean, I can't, they could assume that I'm an idiot and I waste my time all the time, which actually a good majority of those people do talk to me as though like I'm wasting my time being an idiot, because they usually assume most people online who's learning in Duolingo is an idiot and they know nothing about learning things. And I'm specifically saying learning things, but they can be, it's very fair that if they accuse me of saying I knew nothing about language learning, that's true. When I was starting Duolingo, I had no idea how to self-study language learning. So what I did was I spent a lot of time actively observing what the easily the most popular app is choosing to do. And then I refined that process because I'm actually not a novice in learning anything. And language learning is distinctively not unique in terms of learning methodologies. So, pardon me, but it's disappointing that individuals did not ask about my learning background, my educational background, prior to treating me like an idiot and saying that I'm wasting my time by default because I'm not learning Japanese fast enough or fluent enough, when they didn't ask me if that's my focus or not, right? With that said, I think it's very fair and presumptuous but fair to assume that when someone is using Duolingo or WaniKani, one of their ultimate goals is to become fluent in Japanese very, very fast as possible. That's very fair, actually. When I get into a stream, my first thought is this like those people? And then I sit there and I wait and see if I can confirm my suspicions, and or I could ask the person directly, right? That would be my approach, largely because I spend more of my time looking for alternatives, null hypothesis testing, by the way, than confirming my hypothesis. In my opinion, there's far more to gain from a learning perspective and a deductive reasoning perspective by entertaining what it is not than what you already know. Because what you already know, you're practicing. What you don't know is what you're learning. So when I approach someone and I see that this Japanese person is learning English using Duolingo, my first assumption is, my first assumption statistically could be something reasonable, like, I wonder if this is their first time self-studying English and they chose a very popular English app to learn. That's a very safe first hypothesis, right? Then you sit there and you confirm, like, okay, well, that's what I think is happening. It's probably the likely case. Now, what are the chances this person is not doing that? And then you start thinking about stuff. How do I figure out, without giving away my intent, how do I figure out that they're using other resources? Well, first I could ask, hey, I see you using Duolingo. May I ask what motivated you to learn English using Duolingo? And if they said Duolingo only, it is so astronomically unlikely that they're gonna say, oh, Duolingo is the reason I wanted to learn English, right? So then you can ascertain that it's probably not only Duolingo, weirdly enough. And you might be thinking, oh, well, people don't like to be that direct, or they don't like to be that indirect or devious or clever. Well, here's the thing. I'm a streamer. I streamed for 6 years. And I used Duolingo for 300 days. What do you think the other 5 years was about? Or here's another logical break. I spent less than a year learning Japanese. That would be the great argument, right? Oh, you're a novice because you only spent a year learning Japanese. That's right. I have. And I am clearly more than 1 year old. I'm at least more than 1 year old. What are the odds that my only exposure to Japanese is Duolingo? The odds are astronomically improbable that the only exposure is Duolingo. Now, it's still possible. So if you ask me and say, oh yeah, I saw someone learning Japanese on Duolingo and that's why I started learning Japanese on Duolingo. Fair enough. It can happen. It is possible. And the algorithm and the internet makes it find that can be possible, right? In reality, that's almost non-existent. However, in an algorithm-based world, everything seems to fit so neatly because all you're doing is confirm bias all over the place. If you keep confirming all the things you believe, then obviously it's the only possible outcome. So, with that said, it's not a bad or a good thing. I actually think having social norms and presumptions make conversation incredibly efficient, right? One of the hallmarks of Japanese culture is that cultural norms is the standard. Decorum and rules and standardization creates consistent things. People get in line because it is expected. It's a normalized behavior. There's a lot of order and wonders and wonderful things that the Japanese culture, by extension, because we're learning the Japanese language, even their language depicts. And yet at the same time, it's pretty clear that I'm not Japanese, and also I speak American English. So the next time someone asks another English speaking person, not that I'm saying every American or every English speakers are more likely to encounter different methods than countries that have incredibly strong, stringent decorum and traditionalism. So what I mean by that is the way English speakers and other people outside of Japan learn Japanese is going to be messy and sporadic and nebulous, more likely than if you take the perspective of how Japanese is properly, quote unquote, properly and naturally learned in Japan. Now, you're also talking about a country that doesn't struggle with traditionalism and formal education standards because you can't object to that, right? because you get good grades in school, whether you like it or not. That's kind of like the default. You get good grades in school, whether you like the system or not. Now you're talking about another cultural dissonance, where you're talking about lots of enthusiasts who operate under different educational systems outside of Japan. And you're like projecting this idea that everyone should learn the same way because it's the natural way to learn Japanese. And that in itself is an incredibly deep discussion about cultural normalization and cultural assimilation, right? I actually think, much like WaniKani, here's my little spiel, my segue back to WaniKani, is that philosophy of being able to redefine how you learn Japanese in a fun way or in a different way, constant iteration of different approaches, provides the necessary variety, empathy, through empathy, variety, and cultural awareness. To acquiring another language. Now, it comes with drawbacks, obviously. It's a pros and cons thing. Variety has a double edge. So now you have to answer, well, what works? Right? What works? And then you have to answer what works best or what works better, because there's a lot of competition now. There's a lot of better and, is WaniKani better than Anki, which is better than Duo and whatnot? The answer is, and I'm only going to say this every once in a blue moon, it depends. Right? But I'm going to honor my personal mantra. When I say it depends in my head, I'm going to try to qualify it as best as I can, because it's the act and practice of trying to qualify it that is a learning experience. Saying it depends and ending it there requires no construction. It ends, right? So what am I qualifying? Well, there are lots of people that want to learn Japanese now, right? Because Japanese is very trendy. Largely, the culture and the products are incredibly trendy. So by happenstance, as a way to understand, you want to bridge by learning the language, right? But there are lots of different users now. Different learners, if you will. Not in the sense that they are fundamentally learning differently, but they are different culturally. Background, native languages, right? They're spurious. So when you go around saying, when you're going around confidently saying this is the best way, are you aware of what kind of learner you are? Are you aware of, and not what type of learner, as in like learning capacity, what is your cultural background? What is your native background? I made it clear when I started Duolingo what my native background was. How much I knew about Spanish, how much I knew about Mandarin, how much I knew about English. It's a way to frame what kind of learner I am, not how I learn. How I learn is a misconception, in my opinion. So what I mean by that is the type of learning style is often portrayed as a limiter. As in, oh, I'm a visual learner, so you can't possibly learn by sound. Or, provided you're not blind. Okay, we're also assuming you're not blind, you're not deaf, you don't have tone deafness, you don't have like cross-modal predispositions, right? So if you're an average, healthy, giggling goober that wants to learn a new language, right? The large misconception is that your personality type or some sort of inherent genetic component limits the type of learning you can have. Like, I know this is like a new age thing because conventional knowledge have always said like, oh, you know, I learn by seeing, so I would love a product that only that relies on seeing. Well, there's not enough converging evidence, in my opinion, and according to a lot of experts per se, take it with a grain of salt, that it's largely due to practice and normalized behavior that accounts for most of that proficiency. So if you convince yourself that you're really good at listening and you constantly only confirmationally suggest and focus on listening for the rest of your life, then yes, you are probably more proficient at listening. Is that a genetic component that caps your ability to see and speak and read? No, I think it's almost negligible. It's likely to be very negligible. The idea is you are under practiced. You did not practice those things for a very, very long time now. So yes, it would be startling in contrast to your practice behavior. Now, with that all said, there are other elements that are outside of learning itself, which I love learning itself because it's very consistent. It's a potential that is consistent in the human condition. This stuff you can't control. This stuff is spurious. Your native background, your cultural background, what your social norm is, what is your environment, what type of people you have around you, those are spurious. So when someone says, oh, I don't need to try this, or I don't need to know what this is because I already know the end content, then that's perfectly fine if your goal is the end content. If you're interested in what I'm interested in, which is process-oriented learning, whatever, process-oriented learning, I'm interested in the idea of learning itself. So yes, I'm learning Japanese and I'm learning Chinese. That's great. That's actually a byproduct of most of the skills that I learned. I played OS, the rhythm game, because I wanted to learn how I adapt to a rhythm game. Like, how can I impart more rhythmic accuracy? And that stuff made me a pretty decent OS player, right? Being progressively great at OS was like 10% of the reward. Learning about myself and how I learn about the things, and only to discover once again I'm not capped by the type of learning I can do, but more about the knowledge I have about myself, which is my background, my cultural background and whatnot, right? So that is why learning with a community in mind is really interesting. So yes, I play solo games all the time. Like, I play single player games and I do things that is not community forward, right? I play deck builders. The vast majority of deck builders do not interact with other community members. It's a big coincidence, but deck builders happen to be dealing with decks, and Anki is one of them. If you love deck builders, you might actually like Anki because it's pretty much one of the concepts of retaining words and framing things around a card with a visual, mechanical shorthands and definitions and interactions. Deck building, flashcards do that too. And then you have a collection and you look at all the interactions. Deck building kind of forwards that. So yes, I would say I'm a little seasoned and experienced at understanding how decks and flashcards work. But you might not be thinking, oh, a deck builder, what does that have to do with using flashcards for medical school? It's like, well, if you can't appreciate that, then that's perfectly fine. That's something that's not within your perspective. But for me, when you play a deck builder, it's very, very synonymous with the underlying learning efficiency coming from Anki. And I know that largely because I participate in many types of learning strategies. So that comes down to the point of methodology, right? I like observing and gaining experience of like cross-modal methodologies. Like, how do one mode of presentation with the underlying similar structure of learning and getting people to remember things and whatnot overlap with another thing, and then how they are different. So WaniKani is strictly interesting because it's not Duolingo. It's not strictly interesting or disinteresting how they help you learn Japanese. Like, what I mean is, when someone says, oh, well, they both do the same things, I know they don't. Personally, right? And then someone's like, well, they both help you learn kanji and vocabulary. It's like, yes, I agree. With your definition, I agree. They both do the same thing. But you didn't ask me what I think. It's like, well, what do you think? It's like, I think they teach kanji and vocabulary 2 different ways. And then the other person would, if that other person is very reasonable, they would say, oh, I agree. So now it's both, they don't teach the same and they both teach the same. Both are true statements, but the true statements are qualified by the individual's background, right? I'm focused on understanding methodology, and I learned Japanese in the process, so it's a win-win for me. How much are you maximizing? That's the better question, right? A lot of times there's a value system. How much are you gaining from using WaniKani? Well, someone could say it's not worth my time because I already know a lot of kanji and a lot of vocabulary. It's like, well, yes, that's if my value system only is predicated on Japanese, which it is not. It's actually tertiary or even secondary. So that's my attempt to remediate something. We have 18 more minutes, so I am gonna do personal legacy building and engagement. Ooh, engagement. Engagement is a good segue. So you take all of this stuff, and you're wondering, where does engagement come in? All the things that I've said today, this digression, all these perspectives that I'm mentioning, and it's not even close because I would say I could go for another 30 hours or so. All these perspectives, this is my engagement. So, I wrote it on top. Okay, so this is my engagement. I maximize my interest in the things I choose to do. And the way I maximize it is being as creative as I can to achieve what I believe is life's greatest challenge. And that's empathy. And not necessarily empathy, empathy in its like abstraction, right? However, we don't have to say it in abstraction, we can say it in its application of empathy. And one of the applications of this empathy in creativity is teaching, advising, education, relationships, interpersonal communication. Interpersonal communication and problem solving. And critical thinking. So I'm talking about interpersonal communication, problem solving, critical thinking. I actually think this is a step. Individual problem solving and communication is deficient a lot of times currently, is likely to be deficient for those reliant on internet content. And that's not a bad or a good thing, because you can solve problems. Well, you can fix problems. You can fix problems if somebody already fixed it. So what I mean by that is you don't have to problem solve or critically think about anything if someone already has the solution, right? There's so much information on the internet that if you have a problem, someone probably have figured it out already, and you can choose to do it that way. However, that means that you will likely be deficient in solving problems yourself or critical thinking yourself, because you don't spend most of your time doing it, right? That would be the most logical outcome. And then what I'm referring to here is, this is where I stop most of the time when I'm talking about learning and figuring out how to do things and showing how to solve problems or playing video games. I usually deliberately engage in problem solving, critical thinking, maybe not even related to the game mechanics itself, but how the game relates to the industry as a whole or as a subgenre. Those deal with problem solving, critical thinking too, because you're trying to connect more things than what's in front of you, right? I engage in that most of the time to practice my individual level of problem solving, critical thinking. Now, when I'm talking about this, when you're doing these kind of things, you're taking it to the next level. One of the greatest challenges, in my opinion, in life is empathy, as in learning how to teach, advise, educate, form relationships, and solve problems and critically think with other people. That to me is one of the gold standards of having wonderful friends, having family members around you, people you can trust, establishing awareness of people you don't get along with, right? People you just don't vibe with, right? Don't vibe with you. Increasing odds of chance of opportunities with other people. All of this stems, in my opinion, from practicing those things. So if you're able to teach someone, then you're also possibly able to know some of the pitfalls of the way you advise and educate people, right? If you're concerning with empathy, right? An empathetic person would suggest something like this. Here's an example of someone who's empathetically considerate. Okay. Someone asked me, do I recommend Duo to start? My first question would be, okay, so I started with Duo. I wanted to let you know that. And here are my conditions that I started with Duo. I wanted a community-centric app. I wanted to start where a lot of people have started with, see what that experience is like, and so on, the list goes. And I characterize myself for like 10 or 15 minutes. And with that, I want to let you know, or you can start the other way around. I usually like to ask the question first, like, what do you plan on doing? Are you interested in Duolingo? Because the advice that I might be able to give, even though I know nothing about you, unless you're willing to share and talk about it right now, is that do any of these things, can you empathize with any of these things? The more things you can empathize with me currently when I started Duolingo, the more likely that my advice is relevant to you. And then the more you share with me, the more likely our problem solving skills and our critical thinking can use that information to come with a more reasonable advice together. It's very different when you step into a classroom, because when you step into a classroom or learn English or Japanese in Japan, there's a social expectation and behavioral normalization and curriculum and education that is expected as a bottom line. So when you're teaching, it's more efficient, right? It's more efficient, it's clearer, because you don't have to do any of that. You skip that step. You skip orientation for both cases. Your teacher is going to teach a very specific way because that's the social norm. It's the natural way of teaching, natural way. And then the student is going to learn a natural way. And what does that sound like when it comes to being a language learner streamer? Everyone thinks that they have a understanding of their natural way of learning when they are not empathetic. When you are not empathetic, you constantly, the major comment is that you believe your way is the natural way of learning, right? That's kind of a inward awareness, and it might be, it could end up coincidentally being the correct way or the natural way or the most efficient way. What it's not saying is you care about the other person you're advising. Because not only did you not talk about yourself, which sometimes it happens, you talk about themselves, but they use it as a credential to make it so that they're different, which is wild, right? Like sometimes the person will say what their experience is like, but instead what they do is they use the details that make themselves different from the person that they're advising. How do you suggest a stranger who is logical and rational to take a perspective where when someone says, oh yeah, you know, trust me, trust my advice, I spent like 15 years studying Japanese, just trust me, I know exactly what you need. I'm like, wait, are you telling me that I need to trust your advice because the first thing you think I want to hear is someone who spent 15 years studying Japanese and they would know exactly how I feel or exactly what I'm looking for? Like, the odds are very low from a logical standpoint because they had 15 years to not be teaching basics anymore. Right? Now, my question, the first question I would ask when someone says, oh, they spent 15 years of teaching, is like, oh, what type of language learner do you teach? Right? First, you have to confirm it's Japanese, first of all. And then you ask them, like, what level of students do you teach? And then they would say something like, they would say something like elementary school teachers, or like they're an elementary school teacher, or they teach secondary language programs or something, because you don't know what that 15 years mean. It's actually unlikely for someone who's been doing 15 years and speak very technically and competent to actually be someone who teaches someone who's learning a new language. So not only did they become, and here's the word that has happened in my life a couple of times, you can be quote unquote overqualified, is a euphemism that I would use. Overqualified for this position. And overqualified is always assuming a forward momentum. So expertise is at one end, and beginner is at the other end, right? This is how, in my opinion, the phrase overqualified can happen. If you had 15 years of experience, then you have 15 years of expertise, per se, right? Is that 50 years of expertise advising beginners? If it's not, then you're overqualified. When I think of teaching, when I think of a spectrum of teaching, it's more like this. Here's a beginner, and here's an expert. Where did you invest most of your time in this continuum? And then in this, every single point has a level of expertise. So, did you spend all 15 years teaching beginners? Because in a way, you have to sacrifice some of your expertise, right? Like, you're not going to be spewing Shakespeare in English if most of the time you're teaching the alphabet to beginners, right? So that is kind of how I feel about the vast majority of my intent right now. The intent and purpose of me going over these things now is making sure I stay grounded. I'm not saying that I don't want to become more competent. I'm going to keep trying to be more competent. However, it is a wonderful extra to trying to be associated with other people, because the vast majority of people aren't going to sit here and watch me become an expert for like the next 6 years and never turn back. I want to be able to interact with a larger pool of people. Now, we haven't talked about population density, right? When you think about population density, it falls off a cliff as you're going towards expert, right? So if you're, say, someone who likes to interact with people and practice intercommunication skills, and also, most importantly, love to solve problems and critically think, experts have less problems by frequency, in my opinion, than perceived by beginners. So as an effective teaching strategy, one likes to at least enrich for the biggest population, right? So then you would have more likely to offer advice and recommendations, even if you're not analytical like this or what have you, you're not talking about population statistics, you're more likely to offer advice that can be resonating and consistently average improving. That is one of the paradigms, like the double edge of expertise. Now, with that said, if you're a loner, but you have immense self-awareness, you can become a superstar yourself, because with that self-awareness, you can find and fine-tune the expert that you're looking for, provided you have awareness of others too. So a loner expert can most definitely still benefit from understanding how others depict expertise, but through your self-awareness, you can probably find the much lower percentage of people that will be able to resonate with you. It's a small world. It's still possible because the internet makes it possible, right? How does a one in a million genius meet another 1 in a million genius so that they don't have to ever practice empathy, because the 1 in a million person that they meet happens to be very similar to them? The internet can do that. It's so good at connecting people, I suppose, like self-selecting people. For me, that's not necessarily empathy in the sense of practicing empathy. That's a empathy by choice or by luck. That's luck. So oftentimes when people say making friends depends on luck, because you have to meet the right intelligent people, the right kind of people for you. I totally get that. When you're in a classroom, you're hoping that the right kind of students walk through that classroom door, right? And how do you increase that odds? You set up an entire curriculum, an entire formal education system to condition the students who pass through their gates to self-select themselves into a behavioral situation that is concordant with what you spend most of your life optimizing to teach. Now we open it up to the internet, and that goes out the door. So now you have the idea that pretty much nothing is perfect, quote unquote. Nothing is likely perfect. and everyone has their opinions, right? Rightfully so, because these things aren't standardized anymore. So WaniKani is not standardized. Duolingo is not standardized. It's built on things that are standardized per se. Now they're trying to optimize it. They're trying to innovate on that idea. And I want to know what that innovation is, because the world that I live in now is not formal education. So when you talk to someone and you're like reading textbooks and you're following all the popular standards, those are popular because lots of people are doing it, but not everyone is doing it, right? The irony here is the same people who say, oh yeah, this popular source makes formal education terrible because formal education doesn't adapt to the choice. You're doing the exact same thing. I'm like, let's see the logic parallelisms here. You are picking something that's very popular that everyone word of mouth said works really well. You are creating a new standard, and that new standard may one day be part of a new curriculum, and that ends up becoming formal education, possibly. What happens is you have to give it another 5 years. Is WaniKani going to be around for another 5 years? WaniKani has been around for 14 years. It can become a standard. It's possible. Duolingo can become a standard, right? If it standardizes it, the idea is that these are one and the same. When you think of something that's trendy, something that's creative, it's the beginning stages of something that can become standardized with routine, proofreading, and iteration. Refinement leads to standardization. The internet, in my opinion, overall is a little bit young for that. And the world of language learning is a bit still young to become standardized. Although lots of things are obvious now, learning Japanese, my language learning experience streaming Duolingo has opened my eyes up to so many little idiosyncrasies, little pockets of things that I could see is being innovated on the traditional foundations of learning in general. WaniKani is going to either confirm a lot of those hallmarks, or they're going to disprove and innovate on those. And that's what I want to know, right? That's part of my intent and purpose. The understanding of design. What makes WaniKani so receptively trendy and positive by word of mouth? And what can I take from it in order to educate other people in the future? Like, I can take and iterate on some of the WaniKani ideas, not as a person who's producing a product, but more as a form of advice. Like, hey, may I ask, what is it that gets you to learn language each day? And I was like, if I extrapolate some of the things that WaniKani does well, I feel like here are 3 points about WaniKani that kind of suits your pattern of behavior that already exists. Now, if you want to be exploratory and whatnot, here are other products that share a different type of habit formation that you may consider to enrich your overall ability to explore your learning habits, right? Once again, there are no, in my opinion, it's a high misconception that there are learning capped potential. Like if you're introverted, somehow you can't learn extroverted, for example. Like if you're introverted, somehow you're guaranteed that you learn best by reading and keeping solitary, and somehow you cannot benefit from going into a Discord channel and chatting with someone, right? The fundamentals of learning is all of the above. You are often, if you're a healthy goober, right, you have all the tools that are available to you. They're not potentially capped or gated in the sense that outside of a lack of practice, one can benefit from it. Highly integrated learning is underrated. A specialized learning, in my opinion, is overrated. Like, it's incredibly overrated. Not that it's bad or good. It's highly represented. Specialized learning has become like the new gold standard in YouTube, or like on YouTube and Twitch, because it is reinforced by algorithm. If you like something, you are sure to learn best with that thing. That is a misconception. It's an absolute misconception. A formal education has demonstrated, even if it's old and outdated, has demonstrated, at least in me, that knowing how to learn as many possible ways reduces the learning curve of anything you touch. So anytime I go towards a skill that I don't understand, I am more equipped with a faster learning curve overall. Now, if you're a specialist, you might have your curve might be really, really great at that one special skill. But hear me out here. If you are already specialized at that one skill, when is the next time you're ever going to learn that one skill again? For me, I would still do it, by the way. I'm really good at deck builders, right? I got a lot of skill and nuance in building decks and tabletop games. If I play the next game, I could skip all of that and pretend like I don't need to know the tutorial. I don't need to know that. But you know what? Teaching things is my hobby. It's my passion. So yes, even when I am very skilled at something, I still want to know, how are people teaching this stuff? Like, I am genuinely interested in how a game with like 36 permutations of a single rule try to demonstrate and encourage a person to, quote unquote, engage in learning. And I certainly learned a lot from Duo on how Duo is going about it. And now I'm going to find out about WaniKani. And I have my thoughts, so we'll see. We'll see. And that's a way to end this segment. I'm a little over. It's about 3 hours and 7 minutes. Not too bad. My introduction was about 10 minutes long. So there you have it. A good summary. And we're gonna finally get into WaniKani. My voice is worse for wear, but we have one thing I need to know right off the bat is, when does WaniKani reset their daily reviews? Do they reset at midnight, or where is the timer based and stuff? Because we might be able to do 2 days worth of WaniKani in one session. All right, there you have it. Hopefully this is what it looks like at the end of the day, right here. Makes for a really excellent thumbnail, don't you think? Those are all the topics. And kudos to anyone who wants to listen to any of that. Alright, let's get started. Hopefully my setup is okay. So we're gonna get started here. Let's close this out. Okay. Alrighty. WaniKani. By the way, I did click past this this screen just to make sure that everything's in line. But this is the first screen you see after you buy into WaniKani, or actually log into WaniKani before you even buy. So we have a fresh account, and this is day 1, right? So welcome, praise to the Crabigator. And then I used my Twitch handle, of course, and or YouTube handle. They're both the same. Your coming has been foretold. Working your way up to 2080 kanji and 6,607 vocabulary won't happen overnight, though. Your first step is to complete the first 25 radicals in your lessons pile. Use the mnemonics and try finishing them all in one go. What exactly are radicals and how well they help you in learning those thousands of kanji and vocabulary, find out over here. It's your first 25 radicals. I'm kind of curious how many radicals. So 2080 kanji. So that means I only know 1/4, roughly speaking, 1/4, and I have 2000 vocabulary, so that's like 1/3. Plenty of things to learn, right? We'll see how often we like. And the new layout. Oh, this is my same layout. Usually the layout is the background. Basically the background changed and the logo changed. This is the layout that you're probably, yeah, different graphics, yeah. We always switch up the background to reflect the product that I'm using. Yeah. Okay, so I already thought of a few things before we begin. WaniKani also uses email notifications, but I kind of like the way they go about it. So there is something to be said before, so I'm going to draw Duolingo comparisons now. Duo also sends out email notifications, but you can turn them off, right? And WaniKani, I haven't turned anything off yet. I already got 3 emails. The first email was like a welcome to WaniKani thing, which is very reflective of all the other types of ones. But the second one was they talked about the different levels, like the level ranges, to give you an idea of what the coverage is in kanji and how many users and whatnot and how long it takes. And they were emphasizing how long the journey takes. And then another email dealt with taking rests, like the rest design that me and Blair already talked about the other day, which I am a proponent of, because I do understand how SRS works, at least in my opinion, which is very much like formal education. Not that a lot of people ever make that connection. Why, like, not smash all the things into 1 hour, 3 hour cram sessions, and how oftentimes cram sessions or like crunched seminars and crunch programs actually perform more consistently than spaced out programs. There's a lot of things to unpack there, but anyways, that's what they said in their email. And then the most recent email I got from today mentioned they gave a story about someone who have reached level 60, right? It was like a little blip about them talking about their experience, what happens after level 60, that kind of thing. That's kind of neat. That's definitely more than how Duolingo goes about it. Duolingo uses more of obviously these emails would take a really substantial amount of time and they're incredibly anecdotal. That would be reflexive of a smaller group of community. Now Duolingo takes the metric approach. So they have built a whole system of metrics like streaks and progress, experience, and stuff. Whether they measure the thing they are measured, that's not the point. It's about being relative to each other. So when they send notification, it deals with like abstraction of their IP, so Duo and the cast, mainly Duo, create memes and whatnot, and attach them to a character. So those virtual characters become what attaches you to the program, and then how you compare in progress and stuff is still with the internal metric system that they have. We'll see what WaniKani chooses to do in the future. So those are the big of a contrast. Another contrast that is not going to be visible here, and I forgot to mention earlier, is that I use the desktop version of Duo 99.9% of the time, and the only time I've used a mobile is to do an exercise because I was away from my desktop. Really, keep the streak and whatnot. And also, WaniKani has unofficial apps. WaniKani itself does not have an official app. It's a moot point for me personally, but I want to mention it because I'm going to be on the desktop anyways. However, it is not a moot point for the vast majority of language learners when it comes to accessibility. Duolingo has an exceptional app when it comes to comparing it with other apps. Like, what I mean is the quality and consistency of Duolingo's apps makes is well above the average app design in like the stores. Like I don't know how often people install apps, but man, apps, the floor of apps is very, very low, and Duolingo is well above that average. What I have heard is that largely because WaniKani does not have an official app, the third-party apps can be a gigantic hit or miss, largely due to the nature that it's not the official one. Like there's a lot of resources that go into maintaining an app. So I do feel that's a value evaluation for using Duolingo. Oftentimes people take apps, especially free things, for granted, right? You complain like, oh man, this bug in Duolingo is triggering me to high heaven or something. So you'd be surprised how buggy things are when you don't have like excessive amount of R&D and quality control in place. So naturally, that would be a weighted consideration for WaniKani. Taking WaniKani with you, lying down in bed or something, competing with TikTok, right? For example, for language learner, one of the Duolingo's thing is that they're competing with other social media. WaniKani is not, in my opinion. At the moment, the current optics is WaniKani is catering to a niche group. Like, not as niche and self-selecting as Anki, but it is still far more self-selecting, hence the umbrella, a lower population density, with the gain of consistent positive feedback. The greater your gate, the lower your casual friendly your product is. However, the more consistent the experience is because you are selecting for the appropriate audience. Duolingo is way in another stratosphere when it comes to accessibility. Like, just go on YouTube, look at Duolingo's media channel. It is astronomically on another production level than WaniKani. So we have to keep that in mind as well, right? You might be thinking a product that has less criticism is a better product. That is not true. There are so many metrics, so many ways that is not true. It can, by coincidence, be true. As in, if everyone says Anki has glowing reviews, you have to ask yourself, what is the selection? How is the audience being self-selected? And how does the product does selection? Because a product that understands its target audience and selectively select for its target audience can be seen as disproportionately and misconceived as a better product because their target audience see it as an appropriate product, not a product that is objectively better than every other product that caters to a different audience. So if Duolingo is still able to stay on top in popularity and stuff, it is doing something that WaniKani is not doing. It's doing something that Anki is not doing by a landslide. So we have to keep that objectivity in mind. Now, is that better or worse for language learning? I'll let everyone to their opinions. For me, it's not better for community. As in, like, community representation. Like, if we were doing metrics, right? More different people has a better representation than less different people. Because if you think you're the main character, then does the product include you as the main character? If it does, then it's a great product. If it doesn't, then it's not a great product. That's not true. That's absolutely not true, because you're not the main character. You're not the only main character in your world. And we all share this world. So when you're talking about Duolingo being a bad product because it doesn't suit you, but somehow everyone and their mother is using it, you start to wonder, are you the problem with your perspective in this? or do you need some reality checks? Like, not that you need to. You can always go to, you have the choice of going to a product that targets you. Are you aware of what that target product is, right? The last thing you can do is you can change it. If you felt like you got betrayed by Duolingo, there's a two-body problem here. It's hard to know who Duolingo is for because it has a gigantic wide audience. So it is very difficult. The question now is, what do you have control over? Yourself. How well aware are you of your needs and desires? If you need a starting place, Duolingo can be a starting place. Now that you know, go find a better product that targets you only, that panders to you. And I think WaniKani pulls it back a little. Their design is gated in a way with many designs, like their subscription value and the way they distribute their product, that lessened it. Less people use WaniKani because it is less accessible, in my opinion. It is likely less accessible to a wider audience. What is accessibility? It only teaches Japanese. Let's put that into perspective. You might be thinking, well, Duolingo, all their other courses like kind of suck, and they're like, they have other courses, right? That is something you cannot ignore, right? If you want to learn Spanish, you can't use WaniKani, right? Anyways, this is an accurate comparison because when I see 2080 kanji and 6,607 vocabulary, we're talking about Japanese. And if someone was jaded enough to compare apples and oranges to me and say, that's why WaniKani is better at teaching Japanese than Duolingo, I would say, yeah, sure, because it has more kanji and vocabulary. It's like, well, can I make an apples and oranges comparison for you too, now that we're comparing WaniKani and Duolingo? Can you tell me how much Spanish words have you learned with WaniKani? Like, if we're being fair here, right? You're saying they spent most of their resources and they've covered 2,080 kanji and 6,607 vocabulary. I agree with you. It definitely covers more Japanese. Now the question is, did you learn any Spanish lately? Right? So, we're not doing apples and oranges comparison. That's so fair enough. I look forward to learning all the kanji, actually. Oh, and which, by the way, here's a funny little thing. I don't think the WaniKani does. Actually, let me show you. I can show you here. Oh, wait. Let's do this first, and then I'll show you later. The thing I wanted to show you is... Let me see how this is framed. Is everything largely visible? Yeah. Okay. What you call it? In their about page on WaniKani, it still says that they only include like 1,300 kanji. So you can kind of get an idea of when they wrote that about page, right? So they probably started around 1,300 kanji, but now that it ballooned to 2,080, if you go on their about page, it's an underestimate because they probably haven't updated that about page in a while. I just thought it was funny. But I have a feeling the reason why it only says like, oh, WaniKani only teaches like 1,300 kanji. That's kind of how I felt about Duolingo when they said like, oh, Duolingo doesn't have any kanji. It's like, well, no, it has at least 1,300. So it was interesting. I'll show you in a bit. Anyways. Actually, let's use our mouse. I don't think we need to write anything yet, right? Okay. All right. That's ground? Interesting. So, mnemonics. This radical consists of a single horizontal stroke. What's the biggest single horizontal stroke? That's the ground. Look at the ground, look at this radical. Now look at the ground again. Kind of the same, right? Fair enough. I like this sense of humor. Name notes. Click to add notes. The ground is actually curved. I don't know if you guys get the joke, but the ground isn't like, it's not flat. I hope people get the joke, but it looks flat because the dimensions are wide, but it's actually curved because we're on a planet. Anyways, I was kidding. I was kidding. That's pretty self-explanatory. Add a synonym. Ground. No, we're fine. This is kind of cool. I like this. All right. Oh, examples. Wait. Okay. Kanji examples. Here's a glimpse of some of the kanji you'll be learning that utilize ground. Can you see where the radical fits in the kanji? That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I like it. Yeah, and I'm guessing when they say ground, they're specifically talking about the bottom stroke of sun, because it's the ground level. Like there's 1, 2, 3, even though it's written 1, 2, 3, like from top to bottom. That could be a little bit of deceptive. And then, you know, ue, the other stuff is above the ground. Fair enough. So what do? Do I click on the next thing? Oh, the barb. This radical is shaped like a barb. I'm gonna be real, I don't even know. Like the kind you see on barbed wires. I'm gonna be real, I didn't even know that was called a barb. I mean, like the barbed wire, I didn't connect that wire, a barbed wire is barbs holding up a wire. Imagine one of these getting stuck in your arm or your clothes. Think about how much it would hurt with that little hook on the end sticking into you. Say out loud, "Oh dang, I got a barb stuck in me." Hang on. I'm gonna Google image barb for a moment. Not that type of barb. Ah. Okay. Alright. Okay. Alright. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Fins. Oh, okay, I can see that. Picture a fish. Now picture a fish, the fish a little worse, like a child's drawing of the fish. Now erase the fish body and you're left with 2 fins. I actually see a singular fin, but it's the bottom part. Oh, they're talking about the dorsal fins as opposed to the anterior fin. Because it kind of looks like an anterior, I mean like a... No, the dorsal fin, not the anterior fins. Like the ones in the, like the bottom part. But I was thinking about like the shark fin on the back, the dorsal fin. You're left with 2 fins. Do you see those 2 fins? Yeah, you see them. Okay, I see them. I got it. A drop. Okay. The little radical is a drop of water. Oh, that drop. Maybe even that drop. Drop of water from some other liquor. Notice how it's only 1 drop? Sometimes radicals or kanji will have more than 1 drop. So it's important that you know how to tell them apart. Oh, okay. Are you... Oh, I forgot to do this stuff. Hang on. Here's a glimpse of some of the kanji you will learn that utilize barb. Can you see where the radical fits in the kanji? Oh, I see. Interesting. Wait. We had finish, talent, and then conflict. Arb. Okay. Or the Finns examples. 8. Intriguing. And they use this type. They used this type print for Hachi, which could be actually closer. That's fine. Yoku. Oh, okay. Yoku. Public. Oh. Alright. What are my drop examples? Maru. Okay. I didn't think of it as a drop. Interesting. Ball. Wait. Oh. Ah, Tama. Interesting. And so, oh no, Tai. Oh yeah, that's right, Tai. That's right. What is this? A slide. Close your eyes and imagine your kids again. Now open them and look. It's a slide. Imagine little you sliding down the slide over and over again, having a great time. Imagination plus emotions make for good memorization. I totally agree with that. Although that is one steep slide. I think you're asking for trouble with that one. Steep slide. Okay. Nice. A double radical combination for talent. What is talent? Sai. No, Q. Wouldn't be going down that slide. I know, right? That sounds like a thump right into the ground. Okay. Go. Yeah. Oh, it's on the left. Wow, that's a short slide. Alright, let's do the quiz. Radical name. Oh, like the literal name? Like, do we type ground? Oh. Your answer was a bit off. Check the meaning to make sure you got it correct. Ah! I don't want to talk about it. I didn't type the R. I don't want to talk about it. Oh. Wait. What was this? Fins. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. Don't even. Good job. The items you have just finished quizzing on have moved to your review pile. What would you like to do now? Sure, let's add another batch. I'm only doing WaniKani today because I already spent like 4 hours going over 3 hours going over my introduction to WaniKani. So not today. We won't have enough time for. You've heard of WaniKani before? How does it work? Well, we're finding out that right now, actually. Alright. One of the lines plus another line equals 2 lines. This radical represents the number 2. Pretty simple, right? Can you guess what 3 looks like? I bet you can. You already gave us an example of 3. It's right there. But from 1. Okay, so you're just gonna call this 2. Alright, fair enough. A lid. Oh, I can see that. That's kind of cute. This looks like something you put a kettle or pot, right? It even has a little handle to make sure you don't burn yourself. This is some kind of lid. I think I should read this. Yeah, 3 lines. What about 4? I know, right? I'm actually looking forward to this. I like the way they write it. I like the the funny things. I think humor goes a long way too. If they're able to integrate humor into all these descriptions, it's great. Like, emotion is very powerful, and they literally said that, and I totally agree with them. Emotional input is incredibly powerful, and I'm making like light of this and kind of having fun with it because this makes it more memorable. Here's a glimpse of some of the kanji you will be learning that utilize lid. Can you see where the radical fits in the kanji? Well, 6 has a lid on it. Humor is about... Now listen. Now we have a lid fish. We have lid fins, right? Now Doku will be permanently be a lid and fins. Where's the lid on? What the heck? That lid is in the middle of the gate. Now we have a lid in the middle of a gate. What the heck? Oh, a lid on a city? Oh, I wonder what they're gonna call the bottom thing. We'll find out soon enough. Big. Okay, so they're just gonna put... Alright. This radical just looks just like a stick figure. More specifically, a really big guy with his arms stretched out, nice and big. When you see this radical, just think big because this guy is really big. I can see that. Here's a glimpse of the kanji you will be learning that utilize big. Can you see where the radical fits in the kanji big? I don't know, Chief. Big kind of fits with big. And then we have fat, of course. Thai. And then beauty. Oh, interesting. I didn't yeah, the bottom part of beauty. Huh. Alright. Well, that's our next one. Person? Alright. If you want to draw a person with just strokes like you see in kanji, you create a stick figure. Maybe something like this. Big. Right? But this is just a person, not someone holding their hands out to show how big they are. So their arms are down and a little bit sideways, but which makes them look like a torso and a pair of legs. Maybe they are walking around. They're also headless, by the way. Maybe they're walking too, which is why their legs are spread out like that. Side profile, I like it. Again, missing the head. You can see the person now, can't you? Yes. Very good. Here's a glimpse of, okay, a person looks like a person. Nice. I had so much trouble between big and person when you started. Oh. Yeah, I can definitely see that. Inside, okay. Nai? Is this still Nai? Yeah, Nai. I don't actually... Ara? E? Oh, E. Interesting. Oh, and they are using that print. I'm not the biggest fan on this type of print where they're using like... It makes this look like an angle. Or like an intersection of 2 strokes, but we'll get to that later. Alright, let's take the quiz. Wait. I have to make sure I'm specific about these. So 2, lid, big, person, and enter. Because I got borked by fins. Oh, they're using that typecast for... Oh, wait. Oh, no. I skipped one. We haven't done this yet. Enter. Yeah, they're using this type of print. As opposed to like one continuous print. They're using a box form. So these things get like sharp angles. Watch out. This isn't the person radical. It's something else. What's the difference? The right side is longer than the left side. Most certainly is. And on computer, it usually has that extra part sticking out the top. Yeah, true. It's the electronic print. It kind of looks like a flap opening to a teepee. Yeah? And what do you do when with an opening? Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. You enter it. That's why these radicals enter. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Oh, this is a slide. So Q is a slide plus enter. That's funny. Enter slide. I like it. I like it. And then we still got snail. Dude, if they use snail, I would be floored. But I use this radical as snail, the one that's missing here. So it's enter and a snail is my interpretation of that one. So we'll see. I haven't broken it down this far, so that's kind of funny. Enter has been enter though. So far, big has always been big, person has always been person for me, and enter has always been enter for me with the mnemonics that I have. I didn't ever thought about this as a lid. I thought of it as a crown, a hat. There are multiple hats. This is the most conservative hat, and then there are other different hats, you know, with prongs, and then there's like other different crowns and whatnot. So lid, I haven't thought about it as lid, and then numbers are numbers. Anyways, let's go. I almost typed Hito. I immediately thought like, wait, person. I thought like Hito, and then I was like, wait, how do you type? What's Hito again? So I had to like pause for a moment and say, wait, you're typing person. You're not typing Hito. All right, let's add another batch. Why not? Power. Oh, I didn't think of it as power. Imagine guy flexing his arms. Like this? Imagine a guy to show off his steroid pumped arm. It's huge. Oh, I guess this is the volume. Oh, okay. It's so full of power. Rawr. Okay. It will eventually ask for kunyomi and onyomi names. I can imagine. Yeah, I can imagine. Okay. All right, I'll give you that. So power looks like power, most definitely. What is power? Yoku. Help. Oh. This is Katsu. Oh, and then it's just Joe standalone. Intriguing. Okay. Next one, prison. Alright, now you're stretching it. This looks like an enclosure of shorts. Alright, that's fair enough. Is enclosure, that's why it's a prison. It wraps itself around things and locks them in. It does. It does wrap around things and lock themselves in, that's for sure. Prisons are pretty scary even before you imagine one slowly floating down from the sky to trap you. Fair enough. What examples do they have? Okay. Oh, interesting. I didn't think of this as the same thing. Huh. Oh, this one's... Yeah, this one's a bit flexible because of just the top part. I didn't quite imagine it as the top part of these things. Huh. Okay. A mouth. Okay. A big gaping square hole represents someone opening their giant mouth to tell you something stupid. Absolutely. I'm kidding. Just cover your mouth when you're saying something so they don't assume you're saying something stupid. You know? Here is a glimpse. Okay. Mouth. Okay. We have Migi. And okay. Yon. Okay. Woman. Alright. This raccoon looks like a wide person made of 2 stacked X's. Wow. Women generally have 2 X chromosomes. Or 2 X's for chromosomes, and back in the day they were praised for their wide childbearing hips. We may not think of women this way anymore, but way back when Japanese was made, this made them think of a woman. Except for the chromosome thing, obviously. But that double X chromosome thing is a neat little tug at my heartstrings. 7. What does this radical look like? Nothing much. But what about if you turn it upside down? Turn it upside down, right side up, or turn it upside down rotationally. When you turn it upside down, now does it look like 7? Oh, they're talking about this upside down, not that upside down, because then it wouldn't be a 7. It'd be, oh my gosh, turning upside down. That doesn't explain. Listen, spatial reasoning. Upside down, is it a mirror image or is it a rotational? What does it look like at 7 with a line through it? That's fine. If you turn it this way. Close enough to help you remember that the radical is 7, right? Just remember, when you see this radical, flip it over. That's not how do you flip it over to get the 7? That's flip it over and see what number it looks like. If you can do that, you can remember the meaning. Listen, flipping it over is there's no way you can flip it over to get the 7. You have to spin it. I'm being pedantic, obviously. This is how I remember stuff. If we're relying on people explaining things to you, I gotta be more engaged in it, right? If this isn't entertaining, I'm sorry. This is how I go about it. Okay. Intriguing. Taku. Huh. Alright. Oh, wait. So what do we have? Power, prison, mouth, woman, and 7. This was your internal monologue while you were learning these. You love it? Yeah. If you're having these internal monologues, keep on doing it, because it's definitely worth the time. You get, in my opinion, you are more likely to remember the thing, so you don't have to necessarily repeat it anymore, but you can get a quality of practice. I love this. Feels like a game to me still, right? You know what I mean? Like, okay, now you agree or disagree. When someone explains something to you, do you agree or disagree? Agree or disagree? You're constantly trying to, like, okay, all right, I agree, but I would change it. That's why I like how they have notes. You can put notes and synonyms. That's awesome. I think this functionality is fantastic. You can write additional notes to yourself. I would do this. That's how I would make Anki cards, honestly. So maybe down the line we'll probably integrate something that we learned from WaniKani's design. Maybe. Not that I don't already do it, but it's excellent that they have notes and synonyms. Actually, how do you add synonyms? Oh, you can add whatever. Okay. I could say rotate. No. That's synonyms. Like note, rotate. I could do like rotate, counterclockwise by 180 degrees, for example. Or I could make a joke and a jab at WaniKani writer and say, flip equals rotate counterclockwise by 180 degrees. Or the other way. Actually, you can probably rotate either way. So just rotate by 180 degrees. When they mean flip, they mean like flip on one axis, not flip as in this way. Like out of the screen. Anyways. Okay, I think we got this. All right. Oh no, it's a prison. The moment I typed that, I was like, oh no. They're talking about a prison. Oh no. Alright. Let's keep going. I don't have to look at it. I already know. Alright. Alright, so we're done? So what? Oh, it's at 12 a.m. We got like an hour and a half. No worries. Let's do our review. So I made the mistake of interleaving my lesson at the beginning. Well, what happens when you leave in the middle of the lesson? Which changes the order it gives you things. Oh, interesting. That's neat. Alright, so you basically know when I purchased the thing at this point. What else we got? I guess, yeah, this won't lead to any, yeah, so you can do extra practice till your heart's content on the things you already have unlocked, but you can get burned. What happens when you burn this? So now what happens? Okay. So it just keeps going, right? Practice done. Here won't count towards regular reviews. Yeah, that's fine. Intriguing. Someone said their website looks ugly, but I don't know when. Click advance under study. Where the heck is study? Oh. Wait. What? Hold up. Lessons. Oh, sorry. Lessons. Advanced. Oh. Lesson picker. Select items to build your own lesson queue, or click batch, please, and we'll cook you up. Check interleave lessons mix up. Interesting. Ooh. Okay, let's try again. Oh. Intriguing. Cross. This radical looks like a cross. I mean, just look at it. 2 bars going through in each other. A cross. This is not a cross. It's clearly a plus sign. Don't at me. It's a plus sign. Don't even. I'm right, you're wrong. Don't even. I'm kidding. It's obviously a multiplication sign rotated by 90 degrees. No, not 90, 45 degrees. It's a 45-degree rotated multiplication sign. Obviously, people. Get with the program. 90-degree rotation, don't at me. Here's a glimpse of a kanji that you're. Oh, okay. You know, can say humbly. What is that? Mo. Early. Yeah, so. Huh. Alright. Yama. Mountain. This is a mountain. You're able to add the lines that make up the top of the mountain if you want it more mountain-like, yeah. Also, something that might help. Sometimes mountains have a couple of small peaks coming out the side of the main mountain. Connect the dots and connect the mountains, yeah. So these could be viewed as mountain ridges, right? And then all the negative space is the mountain itself. So you can view these as 3 ridges going down, and they're facing you. And so a mountain peak, which is neat. That's actually how I draw mountains. Wait, let's draw some mountains. At least from my Inktober thing. I got to do a bunch of I got to do a bunch of mountains lately. So if you take this, right? If you do this, and then you do this, and you do this, and then you intersect it at like something like this. So these are the ridges. So then you would color this side in. And then you would make like a bright side on the right hand side. Like this. And then you would do like cross hatching here. So then you have 3 peaks. Right? Left, right, middle. It has a wayward side that is dark. And then has a... Or like a sun... And then a sun-like side on the right. And then this can be... You can just put shrubbery. For the tree line. And you have mountains, and then you can put in a moon or something, you know? Have it shining this way. You got a mountain peak. Anyways. Fun times. We're gonna have a lot of fun making mnemonics. Okay. Exit. Oh, yeah. Both. Oh! Ryushin makes sense now. Ryushin. Ryoshin, sorry. Ryoshin, not Ryushin. Ryoshin. Makes sense now. Huh. River. This radical already looks like a river. See the banks of the river on the side and flow of the river in the middle. There's even a slight turn in the river too. So when you see this radical, you should think river. Honestly, it totally looks obviously like a road. And the middle line is obviously the white line. Right? And then the curve is a right turn. You know? Let's break out our marker here. So this is the right turn lane because our flow of traffic is going this way, right? Let's extend this a little bit. Flow of traffic is going this way. Yeah, that's obviously a ramp to a highway. But hey, let's make it work because, you know, we're better than WaniKani. I'm kidding. You can imagine a highway as a river of cars. Yeah? Yeah? Because cars are like salmon. You know? Because people are the fish. They're all either going home or they're going to work a lot of times in the car river. You know what I mean? Like they're all salmon swimming uphill to work, you know, and then swimming downhill to go home. Glad I'm not jumping in my car, let's be honest. Yeah. Oh, river works. Where I'm being silly. I'm being goofy, obviously. Being goofy is the best. Oh, interesting. State. I don't actually know what that is alone. Dew. Interesting. Stream. What is stream alone? Dew. Huh. Oh, we got tree. This one. I give a pass. I'll give a pass tree. Do you see the tree in here? It has branches and then it has the foliage coming down diagonally from it. That's a bit of a stretch. Spreading out like a tree would. That's why this radical is a tree. I mean, I'll let the tree pass. Let's not make fun of the key. Although foliage, I don't know about foliage. The foliage, you know, you got this, right? You got this, but I would say if you think of a weeping willow, maybe you can like foliage this like this. right? You can Weeping Willow, put a little top on it, make it drape down, right? And you can expand the trunk a little. Then you got like maybe a tree. Yeah, top down tree maybe, but man, the stretch would be a Weeping Willow. Like you can try to like make it drape or something, but that's tough. We'll give you a pass. What do we have? Tree. Oh, rest. Yeah. What is this character alone? You? Okay. Village. Yeah. Mura. Construction. Oh, you know what? I have a short story about this. I actually think of this as construction. Person on cross tree. That's true. Key is a person on a cross. If we like, you know, break this up very, very little, yeah, that's kind of funny. I actually thought of this as construction too. The first word that had this character in kanji was in shashinko, and it took me a bit to remember the first part of construction, and it's this character, and it looks like a beam basically, or maybe a fancy building on the top. You know those big steel, girders, the big steel girders that are considered to frame big buildings. This is the end of one of those and has a very distinct shape, just like this radical. These girders, what did Bender say? I am Bender, please insert girder. That's what I think of when I think of girders. You know what? We could kind of make this guy look like Bender. No, the middle part is too much. So we would need to like, right? And then we need to put his binocular. This is not an Among Us reference, guys. We're gonna have to give him like an opening. He's a little bit stalky because he's a little stocky because the kanji's a little stocky. Sorry. There we go. We got Bender. Anyways. Alright. Funny thing is, you use these girders to put together buildings just like you're doing in constructing. Alright. You know what's terrible about this approach that they have right now? The fact that I'm gonna misspell construction. Nah, I'm kidding. There's a chance I'm gonna have typing these words. Okay. Oh, left. Yeah, true. Soda, hidari. What is this standing alone? Oh, still? Okay. All right. Let's do this. Oh, I almost typed Yama. I almost typed key. Alright, cool. They do accept spelling errors though, except for fins. That wasn't a spelling error, I guess. That might be a conceptual error. That's why they didn't like it. 9. If you look at this radical in just the right way, you'll notice that it kind of looks like the letter N. Okay? And I. The I comes from the little flappy upstroke on the right side. Oh. Oh, I see. What do the letters N I start spelling the word 9? Oh, okay. Honestly, I don't. Since I don't mistaken this for anything else, largely because of Chinese. I wonder what I would do to get 9. I think that 9 is pretty good. How could you make this into a 9? Nah, I think this is pretty good. This is pretty good. Oh, this is... Oh. You know, I just noticed that they stuck with very specific reads a couple times already. Okay. A gun? Alright. This looks like a long gun pointing to the right. You have a shoulder rest on the left. I mean, it could be the stock instead, but alright. And the barrel on the right, imagine it hanging in a case on the wall in... Okay. That's fair enough. Doesn't have to be the shoulder rest, though. This could be the hammer. It could be like a Colt revolver, a very long, like, Smith & Western revolver or something with a hammer. So the hammer just happens to be for it right now. Okay. Here every day use my Toshi? Then okay. Hi. Interesting. Got sun? Since there are no circles in Japanese characters, that is interesting, right? That's one thing that when the immediate moment you look at Korean, you're like, oh my gosh, there's circles. I think that's one of the, like, back in the day when I was a kid, the first thing you notice that distinguishes Mandarin and Japanese, even if, you know, there's also hiragana and katakana, but you're like, oh, Korean has circles. You know, sometimes rectangular squares have to make do. In this case, this big rectangle is the sun. The middle line going through is the yeah, that's fair. The horizon. Or maybe it's a cloud moving across the sun. Picture it, but don't actually look at the sun and burn your eyes. Yeah, don't actually stare at the sun, please. Please, folks. Don't be a goober and stare at the actual sun and try to find the thing. A toe. The raccoon looks just like the katakana character toe. Oh, that toe, which sounds like the word toe. So you could see toe, think toe. Okay. Intriguing. I guess they do it. I guess that gives away that they assume that you know your hiragana and katakana, which makes sense because Tofugu, on the Tofugu site, already released their beginner's guide to, and their like free PDF and help book or help thing for learning your kana beforehand. So I guess baseline you need to know your kana. You forgot about the sun radical. Here's a glimpse of some of your kanji you will learn that utilize to. Make sense? Ue, shita, and soto. Or gai. Interesting. What can this is ka? Yep. And jo. Yeah. We at least got that far. A stick! Listen. That could be a pipe. It could be anything that's... Alright, let's keep this PG-13. But it is a stick. Sure. Oh. Really? They would consider this a stick, I guess. Yeah, yeah. Fair enough. Oh, even the oh, I see. So they consider those as stick. I was like, where do you get sticks from? This one's a good one though. He is a good one, but I didn't think of a lot of them as sticks. But then there are a lot of sticks. Huh. I'm so used to it just being variances of day. I know, right? I stick with day too. It's a he. For it. Okay. What examples do what do we have? We have 9, gun, sun, toe, and stick. You finish everything in your lessons, pal. Now just have to wait for. Oh yeah, I did this intentionally, guys. Just so you know, we did it a little bit before the New Year's. But how are we gonna occupy ourselves for 72 minutes? I should have made my like digression introduction a little bit longer. I thought I would go a little bit longer, so I like cut my explainer a little bit further so that it'd be closer to New Year's Day. So it does look like it resets at midnight local time. So it's normalized to local time. I'm not sure if it's like localized to the user's local time, but it by coincidence is normalized to my local time right now. So it's midnight EST for me. However, it might be different for other people. It might be localized to their time. There are apps that do this where they take the local time and then they identify. Other apps would do like wherever their headquarters is. So like for example, Duolingo's headquarters is Pittsburgh. So it's EST. And like for example, Blizzard Entertainment, right? When you're playing like Hearthstone and stuff is localized to PST because it's Pacific Standard Time. So like PSO2 NGS's maintenance time is like wild. Waiting is fun, but it's important for developing strong memory. Ooh, I like this. Oh, you can click on this too. Learning the lesson. Radicals are the building blocks. Okay. Radicals are the building blocks for learning kanji. For example, before spelling the English word DOG, you need to know the letters DOG. Radicals are kind of like learning the ABCs in that way. It's a pain, but time spent here will save you a lot of time later. Tio recently started Japanese, and the dude is hitting kana, and they Tio asked me what's the point of hiragana if there's kanji kind of thing. So it's lovely that they provide a succinct way, and I actually did an analogy to the ABCs a little bit, to the alphabet to some extent. It's a little bit more involved. However, this is very sufficient. Compared to kanji and vocabulary, though, radicals are quite simple. We only ask you to remember an English name meaning with each character. We'll later use these names in stories that will aid you in learning the kanji. Okay. One radical lesson consists of the English meaning. This is where we call the radical. If you're familiar with Chinese radicals, you'll notice that some of the names we use aren't the same as the official ones. I like that. That they state that it is not the official ones, but it's for the convenience of their own interpretation. I got a lot of pushback from this a lot of times where people insist on telling me that that is what is the correct way to interpret the radicals meaning, and that's fine. To learn more ways to interpret, much like now, right? Like I didn't think of this as ground. It's great to increase the number of ways to interpret this and to see what sticks, right? Ultimately, though, when you reach the end, the correct way is different from useful way. Useful way is all the above or whatever suits your fancy. The outcome, which is ironic because people who say right and wrong tends to deal with outcome. What gets you there, right? So a lot of times I've heard people, chime in when I'm saying, oh, so this is, all right, how can I remember this? Well, it's day plus look and female. All right. I think I can remember that. And it's like, no, but that means that, and this means this, and that means that. It's like, okay, well, that's good. Does that help you remember the thing? Like, well, no, but I remember it that way. It's like exactly my point. Exactly my point. So that's because we only use these radicals for mnemonics, and a lot of the traditional names aren't that memorable, right? To them, and possibly to me. So don't worry, knowing the wrong, yes, there we go. No, don't worry, knowing the wrong radical names isn't actually a problem. Most Japanese would be hard pressed to know what the majority of the radicals are called anyways, right? Because of the ends justifies the means kind of thing. You'll want to remember the radical, then use the mnemonic to remember it a little bit longer until you don't have to. Exactly. So, Tio asked, like, why do I have to remember hiragana if it doesn't necessarily help you remember kanji per se, right? It's a stepping stone. There are many ways and fundamentals of approaching getting your training wheels, for example, in order to ride a bike, but rarely do people ever learn new skills in the concept of language learning and or like life skills where you have to start back from, zero. You rarely ever start back from zero. Fundamentals seem to gather most of the time, even in the sake of language learning or learning in general. Learning, rarely do you go back to zero. Some people might feel like it's going back to zero, but your habits, you don't recondition your habits unless you want to, which is what I like to do. I like to explore how to condition my habits. Thank you, Tiny. So, if you don't want to waste time with that, that's perfectly all right. But in my opinion, encourage yourself to realize that when you're learning something and you're engaging in something, you are iterating. You are very, very likely iterating, unless you're a newborn, you're iterating on things you have already learned. Now, do you choose to rehearse them and go back and entertain, oh, I could do this differently? That's up to you. For me, it's entertaining. It's super entertaining. Like, they are basically the people that are not here. They're like, I don't have to go over this. I already know all this stuff, so I don't need to know this anymore. It's like, that's great, because for you, you never need to know this ever again. Like, for you, someone who has already learned and is competent for all your purposes, it's not useful anymore. For me, it's interesting, because in the future, I might retain some of this, and I'm like, hey, you know what? The way you're describing things, maybe this might work. I know of a program or a long-standing way that some people use. Try this out. It's at least 3 days. The first 3 levels is at least free. Up to this moment, everything is a free experience. Technically, it's a free experience, right? Because I'm not on level 3 yet. Today is just day 1, and that's great. Now, do you want to retain that? Well, do you like teaching? If you like teaching, it might be useful to retain it. If you don't like teaching, then don't tell people you like teaching and then suddenly say you don't care about practicing fundamentals, because I'm less likely to. I would say I would encourage other people to understand that when someone is overly complicated or skipped a lot of steps in which you can't follow, the first thing you probably want to ask them is, hey, can you simplify that a little bit? Like, can you tell me how to get where you are? And that, in my opinion, may encourage that person to take a step back and think, oh yeah, that's right, there are other steps that I could integrate. Or they'd be like, no, this is as easy as it gets. You walk away, in my opinion. If someone tells you right, they say they're a teacher and they know how to get you to be fluent, and in the moment you ask them, can you, like, is there any other way you can get me to understand these concepts? And the teacher's like, no, this is as simple as it gets. You just have to suck it up and study. I would probably walk away from that teacher. Earnestly, when it comes to teaching, an effective teacher will be as creative as possible, or even collaborate with you on understanding how to get to a learning thing. Because in my opinion, if you're a healthy little goober, right, and you've become an adult in your life, and you're paying someone voluntarily to help you, to teach you nowadays, right? And we're talking about adults now. We're not necessarily talking about kids who are learning their secondary languages along with like their schoolwork and stuff. When an adult is paying for a service and you're saying, I know a lot of things now about how I learn. And if a teacher says that, you know, you pay this person and they say, well, this is as easy as it gets, then you can either go and get a second opinion, or you can work with the teacher. However, if the teacher says, no, this is as simple as it gets, you just have to suck it up and do it, I would be a little concerned, a little bit conspicuous, because, I mean, there are other selection factors. Obviously, the teacher's rating would be different too. It would be like, oh, well, if you look at people's ratings, like, oh yeah, this teacher is really in depth, but it can be kind of hard to understand at first because they don't cut corners or they don't use certain things. Those are things you have to consider. For me, while I think the student should be committed as well to their learning, it is also a two-person thing. The teacher should also be considering as many ways to get someone to be engaged and find ways to learn. And you could be very, very good at a specific, dare I say, teaching style, or you can sacrifice some of that very specific teaching style to entertain yourself in engaging other potential approaches. And that, of course, is the formal education versus the trending education ever battle, right? In the future, formal education is going to look different, but it's not going to look the same as the trending education style. And it's going to keep going. It's kind of like pop music. What is pop today is not pop of yesterday, right? What is classical today may not be the classical of yesterday, but that's what we're talking about, like now lifetime gaps. So I might not live long enough to see the next renaissance in music or something like that. However, that's kind of the idea. I think sometimes I am more open to being taught by someone who is significantly more competent than me, but not the best, the most competent person, because it's a balance. Someone who may not be incredibly significantly more competent than me might not spend a lot of time educating people who are at a similar level. So you might be thinking I'm over exaggerating, but when you enter a university and you're looking for a PhD candidate, it can be a hit or miss. As in, like a PhD, like a thesis mentor. You have to understand that kind of thing, that duality. It's not to say that the greatest expert people you can make it work, right? On the student side, you can make it work. On the teacher side, you can also make it work. So oftentimes I feel the luckiest people are the people who find that the student tries to make it work and the teacher tries to make it work, but that's not usually the case. I think a lot of times in this day and age, the student would look for the most popular and most viral thing, or back in the day when you're looking at academics, you're looking at the most experienced and most intelligent or well-known person as well, to some extent, largely due to the nature that you would make it work at the expense of that person being very difficult to understand or something like that. So there's an element of balancing. Can you make it work even if it's super difficult? Or do you want it to be less difficult because you feel like you understand yourself more, right? Like you understand yourself that it can be too difficult. So that back to the original short story, Theo, I did suggest that if you don't want to learn radicals, you can just hop right into kanji. In fact, I would even argue that for some slim people, they can just skip kana altogether and learn kana retroactively through kanji. Dear me. I don't know how that looks, and I can't undo what I did now, so there's no way I would know what that's like. Where I just jump into kanji, which some people actually do. They immerse themselves, they jump into kanji, and they learn kana retroactively. Like, how do you read this kanji? Oh, it looks like this in kana. And it's like, oh, well, now I know the sounds of that. So I could kind of see the reverse, right? I love this, their attention to explainers, actually. Use the mnemonic to remember a little bit. Remember, WaniKani is an SRS, so there will be spaces between the reviews, as I definitely aligns with my interpretation of SRS. Actually, before it was called SRS, it was called formal education. It's a natural, to me, it's quite in almost unintended consequence of the form of formal education. Like, one of the underpins of formal education is that there are actually natural spaces between the content, right? The learning process and the practice process. Homework, reviewing, exams, they are formed around SRS. It might not look like SRS of today because the attention and the distance is on the levels of hours, if not days, as opposed to months and weeks. But yeah, SRS can be layered on top of each other. My Duolingo schedule is an SRS on top of an SRS in the form of months as opposed to days. Duolingo provides, to some extent, a mandatory spacing, or not a mandatory spacing, but a voluntary spacing, as opposed to a mandatory spacing, which I kind of like in WaniKani more, largely because if you don't draw attention to mandatory spacing and active recall, it also plays into competing with TikTok, right? Now here's the downside. Let's do a pros and cons thing. If you insist on a mandatory spacing for WaniKani, then what will those kiddos be doing in the meantime? They could be doom scrolling on TikTok. So at some point, coming back to WaniKani could be a little tough, because over time you're giving a lot of opportunities for people to engage in TikTok or something like that. And that's kind of where Duolingo said, like, all right, maybe they'll discover it on their own and we just keep them locked into doing as much as they want. It's a tough thing. For WaniKani, I'd probably say, like, hey, go out there and practice what you reviewed, which that's what they did. You can review to your heart's content, it seems like, right? So you can always, they do have the option of reviewing to your heart's content, which is kind of Anki style. Like, no, it's up to the loner, right, to know when to quit. And that's kind of okay. However, Duolingo provides engagement for the long extended sessions. Anki does not. And I don't know if WaniKani provides anything at the moment. When you, like, quote unquote burn out protection. So a burnout protection, while also a practice protection from oversaturating learning. They clearly limited the learning directly from the product, which is great in my opinion, because it delivers like moderation right? If you take in too much information, there's diminished return, and diminished return can lead to negative outcomes, like a selectively negative feeling, right? Which can diminish. But the competition against like other habits is a sacrifice because of that. So I can definitely see that one of the things are most people will leave with a positive outlook on WaniKani, but they would probably have a higher chance of leaving the app because of other interest. So, not that the app is terrible or it demands your attention and causes a sustainable habit formation problem, which Duolingo has to face. This one would be more of fading away from interest because it's less interesting than the competing competitors, like TikTok, right? The more opportunities for someone to fall into a different habit that is more engaging will take you away from the current one. So that is definitely those trade-offs. So having both WaniKani and Duolingo, it could lead to burnout because Duolingo doesn't have burnout protection, right? So it's kind of a tough call here. In terms of from a design standpoint, not like trying to control your viewers, right, or your users. Your users could be disciplined, and it's irrelevant then. It's irrelevant if they use Duolingo or WaniKani because they have enough discipline. The idea, in my opinion, is how do Duo and how do WaniKani communicate that, hey, you should take some time away, right? Because there's space, so I like this. That they're emphasizing that WaniKani is an SRS, which probably explains SRS by clicking on this. And then there's space in between. Duo, not so much. So that's kind of one of the things that I kind of really enjoy about their extra stuff. Example, the second tab in a radicals lesson is examples. Yeah. This shows you some kanji that the radical is using. See if you can spot where, yes. Okay. Lesson quizzes. Right. Finishing your set of lessons. When you complete all the lessons available to you, you can do one of two things. Work on the lessons again from the recent lessons in the extra study, right? We did that. You definitely don't need to. Nice. You definitely don't need to. But if you have spare time, you like to strengthen your memory, you can do the lessons again by clicking on recent lessons button. The results from extra studies don't count towards anything, so no pressure. Fair enough. Or, interesting. You can complete your most difficult task yet. Waiting. Oh, that was a well played. I think this is easily it. I don't know what the devs are like. Like I would love I think they have podcasts on Tofugu and stuff. Where I'm curious how much they tackle this changing times. One of the biggest changing times is this used to be something that was not as quote unquote difficult, right? In fact, most of the time, waiting was a problem. If you know what I mean. Prior to the hustle culture of the internet, there was maybe a little too much waiting on the thing. Now it's like a mix of both. Waiting and inaction. I don't even know if inaction is a word. But yeah, that is quite difficult nowadays. Like waiting to engage in something you want to engage in, right? Not waiting engaging in something you don't want to engage in. That's what I mean by an older problem, where when someone says, man, I really would love to start knitting or something, and you wait on it, because there's so many other things you have to do, so you can wait on the things you want to do. That is a very different mindset now. Nowadays, it's difficult to wait because most people, in my opinion, the ones that have difficult waiting are waiting for the things they want to do, because most of the things they want to do are so readily accessible and expedited nowadays. Knitting sounds like something that would take time, resources, and whatnot, so you wait on it because you have other things that are occupying your time. Nowadays, the things you want to do are the things that occupy most of your time, and I'm not talking about any specific people. I'm more talking about individuals that would consider WaniKani as a product for learning, right? You have a pretty large, significant two types of groups. People who want to learn a language because of a hobby are common between the two groups, but then you have one group that is the waiting group where like, do I have enough time or resources to commit to this? And then you have the one like, I want all of it now. Give me all the content. I want to speed run this today. That kind of thing. So now you have like, there are two things, and both of them, it's funny because both of the difficult tasks actually is relevant to waiting, which is, I think that's really funny. Anyways, do your first lesson, learn English. Okay. Interesting. Knowledge guide. Let's go back to WaniKani. Wait, does that open? Yeah, it opens a new page. So we have 46 minutes. Dang. I didn't think I would have that much time. So you've done all the available lessons. We can't review because we didn't have anything to review. And now I'm like that person who can't wait any longer. I guess we can call it a day for today. Not bad. What else is there? What happens when we click on levels? What the heck is this? Pleasant, painful, death, heck, paradise, and reality? What the? Oh, I can kind of see why they're locked. Okay. Interesting. Ue? 大人一人 artificial 人口 interesting 人口 oh I see it instruction next to person 人口 下大きい8the 8つ all of a sudden what the 入り口 oh 愛した interesting 愛した山口 Fujiyama oh Fujisan oh wait that's how it's represented oh interesting Fujisan is represented that way huh 9 9つ 9つ 1 1つ 1 interesting ください huh huh all right this is Jinko the heck is power 力 力 interesting power 七 oh why would you pick that one 七 okay fine 7つ 大きさ大きさ Huh. 13、3人、3つ、3つ入れます Oh, no. 入る or enter. 入る. The heck? Lift something. あげる. Oh, yeah. Yeah, あげる. あげる. I don't have... Oh, 下げる. に、2人、2つ. What the heck is this? Hi, so it's like power with strength with all one's strength. 力いっぱい. Oh, okay. An onna. This is level 1. Interesting. So we got 37 vocabulary, 18 kanji for 1 level. Oh no. Wait. Oh. Intriguing. Oh, that's a lot of vocabulary for 1 level. Dang. Each level is a lot of vocabulary. What the heck? How does radicals clustered? Oh. Okay. 10 levels of radicals. A turkey. That's a turkey. Oh no. Yeah, stone. Yeah, I see some familiar ones. Spoon, yes. A roof. Oh, so they didn't combine lid with roof? Okay. Window. I see some ones that I would agree with. A triceratops. I'm not sure about that one. What else we got that looks good? Oh, horns. I like that. Hole. Yeah. Yeah. Kuruma. Yes. Cliff. Mm-hmm. Ear. I see that. Oh, bed. Foot. Yes. Definitely foot. Knot. Oh, that's funny. Knot that's boo as well. Not I view that as not because of Chinese. Measurement. Oh, I didn't think of it. This has masters. Interesting. Energy. Yes. This part has flower. Oh, interesting. Rice for sure. Sea. Yes. World. Mm-hmm. Oh, I didn't think of that as spike. Shellfish. Huh. It's a scooter? Alright, I'll give you that. It kind of looks like a scooter now that I think about it. In this font, though, I think of it as a snail. Like a snail carrying on things. So it's shell. It's a snail carrying various radicals on its back. It's a side profile of a snail. Because if you just draw, there's antenna. But anyways, a scooter. I kind of like that. House. Wow, they really went a little bit more complicated in the... And a snake. A net? Okay. What the heck is a yurt? Or yort? There's a canopy with a little table and sits inside. This is a yurt? It may look like a canopy at first, but when you look inside, it has a bunch of nice. What's this? Someone explain to me what this is. Oh, I can definitely see some funny things in the future. What about kanji? They just list all the kanji. So these things are gonna go pretty fast, in the long run. So for the short term, right? So we'll be able to juggle this with our other projects that we're gonna be doing for the first couple months. So not too bad. I think it's relatively manageable. I don't think we're gonna go into waiting for the 30 minutes. That seems nice. So tomorrow will be our same schedule for tomorrow. I didn't know how long my introduction to WaniKani and tackling issues or problems or something was going to take today. So yeah, so comfortably it'll be WaniKani, Japan, and Nihon, right? Nihongo, and then dual Nihongo. Although we're in the review session right now, so this is just we're gonna be doing review. We're preparing for our 300 day quote unquote special, I suppose. And it's a 300 day but 100 day review thing. So we just got to prepare that. I think I'm gonna give it like a week, 7 weeks, 7 days. And then we're right now for the moment we're upkeeping Chinese. This is going to be the duo. Oh, actually, we're gonna do review as well for that. So in both cases, I'm still prepping, right? This one is prepping the 200 day special, which is going to be similar to what we're doing today, only it's much longer because there's literal content to cover. So these things will end up being, and this is a 100 day gap too. And then these things will be like 2-day affairs. I think I'm gonna try to squeeze in a WaniKani session. We might have to take a backseat. I don't know how long it is, so we're trying to fill out how long WaniKani is gonna take. It's very difficult to know. Today is on the longer side because I wanted to spend 3 hours doing that. And the reason why I'm not expanding on duo Chinese yet is largely because in this section we're going to be doing some games for the next 2 months. And I was kind of incorrect a little bit about the launch of Like a Dragon Yakuza Pirate. According to Steam, I don't think they updated the launch window. I'm not sure if they're gonna update it. It's actually marked for February 20th as the launch. However, the official Sega thing said they moved up the launch to at least like the 14th. I'm not sure if that's gonna happen in time, so we have to do that. And at the moment, this section is going to be, the game is going to be the Chinese playthrough of Like a Dragon 8, because we're going to look at Chinese, and I think we're going to look at Chinese with English subtitles, or we could do Chinese subtitles. I'm not sure if that involves, but we're not there yet. But we'll do that in the future. I think we're largely going to experience what we can hear. Reading is actually the main point, but I think I might have to like re-download something and whatnot. So we'll see. Yeah, so that's the current plans. You know what else? Does WaniKani have like a not white background? Can I not white background this? Oh, I'll look later. So yeah. That's it. That's all we have. Okay, so now we filled in one little pip. I see the pip. Boy. It'll be fun looking at this over time. This is kind of neat. I like this organization here. It makes it so that it's a lot of... It looks like a stat kind of thing. Starts off very, very settled in. Alright. Let's see how well we'll keep it. That's a wrap for today. It's on the shorter side, but we get to rest. Rest is good, right? I don't want to sound like a broken record. I do like the way WaniKani emphasizes resting, spacing out your stuff. We're not going to integrate... We're not going to integrate anything at the moment. So no like special things, or we take WaniKani at their word. Do our reviews, right? Do our reviews, do our lessons, fill it out for 30 days or a month or something. Do a progress report on a month. See if we can come up with something clever. What I did today, the only extra thing I did today was largely having internal monologue, right? That's a default internal monologue. Get some of that engagement in. Do a little story building of your own. Yeah. All right, folks. Thanks for hanging out. It is going to be starting with WaniKani every day, with the possible 1 or 2 exceptions coming up due to the volume. Yes, this will be our social norm, and hopefully I think what I'm doing is acceptable and it's like okay to do as far as I know. And hats off to the WaniKani team, the 2 guys, and we'll see everyone tomorrow. You know, if you're interested, if you're gonna watch this later. I was gonna say 谢谢. Arigato, right? Arigato. Arigato gozaimasu, right? And I'll catch everyone next time. Mata ne. Ja ne, minasan. Stay safe, stay healthy. Bye for now. Bye bye.